All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Fuga, Melodies of Steel. This is the JRPG for this first day of the marathon. It's a long, cozy one, and we're doing the true ending of this game. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we'll talk a little bit more about what that means as we get going. I have a commentator with me, and Sean, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Chiplock. You may know me online as Sonic Mega. And I believe with myself and moonblazewolf here, you are looking at the two biggest hype masters of this game. I'm sorry. This pending series of
pending
the
trilogy
Fuga franchise. The pending trilogy.
Yes, very exciting. Although I have to say, I found a handful of folks on the Japanese restream side that also really love this game. In fact, one of them was using a fan drawing of Mei as the kind of like the mascot for the Japanese restream for this whole event. So that was very humbling and cool to see. So
Yeah. No, I must have played through this game myself at least 8 times. Some of it on stream, some of it to just like see the absolute limits of New Game Plus. And I'm very excited. Thank you for inviting me for commentary because, first of all, I'm more than ready to talk about all these mechanics I enjoy about this game, especially mechanics that only become relevant on a true ending run.
Yes.
This is a true ending run from a new game, right? Not New Game Plus?
Correct.
So it'll be even more pronounced. But now that we know the trilogy is pending, when we get to certain aspects of this game, I hope you won't mind if I end up gushing theory crafts about stuff that might show up in future games that I'm super excited for.
We have so much time for gushing. This is going to be great. So,
oh my god.
But we're going to go ahead and get started here. We have a couple bid wars for the voice language and the costume, so I'm going to go ahead and get those now so we can get underway.
Alrighty, so the first bid war for the attire, we have the samurai attire won the bid war.
Okay, so that's going to be the Way of the Sword. Thank you, everybody, for donating.
And for the language, we will be playing in Japanese.
Excellent. Okay, very good. That is kind of what I'm used to in my practice runs. So, all right. So I'll go ahead and do a countdown here in just a second. But we are going to make a new file. And time is going to start when I go through this menu. And we will get underway here. So we're going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Let's get this tank rolling down the tracks here. So this is Fuga Melodies of Steel. It's a strategy JRPG that came out last summer. Oddly culturally relevant, as I would not have put on my 2022 bingo card that a game about war orphans would be relevant in our day and age, but here we are.
They were trying to prepare us ahead of time.
Yeah, seriously. So, but the game follows the story of this group of children, and their village was invaded by the Burman army. We're gonna just kind of let it speak for itself what that's referencing, and you'll see all the imagery and other stuff as well.
Which I didn't realize this until one of these other speedruns, but it's also based on how they are all Dobermans.
Yes, that is also true. So it's a lot of cats and a lot of dogs. That's basically all you need to know. But we're getting a lot of tutorials here early on. Sean, do you want to kind of explain like the types of weapons and the color matching system that the game uses?
Sure. So the main thing that people need to know about this game is it's a lot about strategizing which child you're attacking with, which enemy you're targeting, and occasionally what skills you want to use. The very basic gist is that there are 3 types of guns which differ based on which child is at the front of the tank. The blue guns are your fast, low damage, but highly accurate guns. I'm pretty sure they have like a guaranteed 100% accuracy on any enemy in the game unless that enemy is using a skill that increases their evasion. The yellow guns are kind of the middle of the road. Or I also meant to say the blue guns also get a lot of skills that help reduce armor. So they're not going to be your big damage dealers, but they will help set up for the rest of your team to do more damage. The yellow guns are in the middle of the road. They hit a little bit harder, and they have a little bit less accuracy. There's some enemies that they'll have 100% accuracy. Some of them they won't be as perfect accuracy on. So they can cherry tap to finish off enemies, but their main gimmick is that a lot of the kids who use yellow turrets have access to special skills that cause status ailments that create buffs for the party. Maybe they have unique gimmicks. But they're really kind of your, in other JRPGs, if you would have like a buffer or debuffer on your team, that is what I would consider the yellow turrets to be.
Yep.
And then red, besides being the biggest guns, are also the biggest damage dealers. They hit really hard. They often get AoE attacks that are able to, you know, obliterate the entire field. You'll probably see that being used a lot with Boron if he's is still front and center in this run.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
And then of course, to trade off, they have very, very low accuracy. However, if the same gimmick is being used here, there is a child whose passive ability makes that lack of accuracy not so much of an issue, which allows you to fire away with impunity.
Yes. Oh, I know you've seen me do the normal ending run of this, Sean. It's the loadout is very similar. The really cool thing about the true ending, we'll talk about why in just a minute because we're going to get introduced to this mechanic called the Soul Cannon. But we're going to do all of the boss fights in this game, and bosses are going to have a hard time with some of those status effects that Sean was talking about. So being able to use and inflict those status effects is actually a pretty important part of this run. It's not as important to the normal ending run of this game, which is about 30 minutes slower, but in my opinion, it's not nearly as interesting because you don't have to do all of the boss fights like we will in this run today.
It's very ironic to me because something that I noticed as someone who did all the hard routes in this game, which, what is the pathing that we're doing?
We will do the easiest route except for one specific spot where we want to go to the temple.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we're going to the temple. I'll get to do my theory crafting there. So I actually found it ironic because as someone who did all the hardest routes in the game, I noticed that at least if you understand well the trade-offs of each of the turret types and like how to min-max your skills and make use of status ailments, a lot of the bosses create less of an issue for you than the normal battles, because towards the end of the game, you know, you get these normal battles where you're having 4, 5, 6 enemies thrown at you and you need to figure out which ones are important to take out first. But with the bosses, as long as you set it up properly, you can stun lock them, you can do enough damage to skip like entire phases. I actually didn't know until one of these speedruns that the final boss of the game summons minions, because I had dealt so much damage to both it and its little accessory turret that the battle was over in like 6 turns. They had no chance to summon them in the first place.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, one of the interesting things, we might be having some sound issues right now. I'm not sure, but I'm just going to keep going as though we're not. This is another tutorial. So here's another interesting mechanic about this game. The tank is like its own little village, and there's upgrade stations and different things like that. There are, you can explore around inside the tank, you can talk to your friends, all of that stuff. And there's some aspects of this that are very important to the speedrun as well.
I call the Tyrannus the one of the Among Us maps because I will see someone for a split second and then I need to find them again and I have no idea where on the Tyrannus they are. And I spend like 2 minutes running around just looking for them.
Yes, there is a way you can kind of scout with the camera, but it's a little bit slow and inefficient. So as much as possible, I try to just make sure that I know where the kids are going to be that I need to go talk to, for example.
Like a parent at Disneyland, you gotta know where the kids are at all times.
Yes, you don't want one of the kids getting lost in the tank. There's a couple spots where it's not gonna potentially hazardous to their health. So
I remember when I lost one of my kids to It's a Small World. He just went too far into the tunnel. He melted. He became one of the dolls. It just sucks when that happens.
Yeah.
And trying to get compensation from the park when that happens is just, oh, it's so tough.
Well, you can go see him anytime you want as long as you have like a season pass, right? All right, so we're getting introduced to the Soul Cannon mechanic here. The children don't really know that this is part of the tank until now, and they're kind of in danger. And when you're playing the game casually, that is basically how the Soul Cannon functions. It is only available on boss fights, and it's only available when you get below 50% health. But then you get a one-hit KO on the bosses. So Pretzel is about to get introduced to the Soul Cannon here. It's pretty dramatic.
I'm not sure if Binary's question is legit, but if it is, am I allowed to answer it, or is that too spoilery?
I can't see chat, so I'm going to leave it up to you and Bahamut to
He's
figure that stuff out.
he's saying, is that mechanic? Oh, he was a joke question. All right, he was saying, is that mechanic canon though?
Oh, we love the puns.
それから子供たちは
So this is actually another tutorial section, so don't worry about the fact that we just fed one of the characters to the soul cannon. The kids are unable to go on because they're so sad that one of their friends is gone, as you might expect from a band like this. So
In terms of time, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine.
In terms of time saving, we already know which child is the most efficient to melt. It's whichever one the cursor starts on. But in terms of emotional capacity to finish the run, which child has proven to be the least distracting to saving frames?
For me, it's Wappa, because there is not a situation in any of my casual runs or speed runs where I had any interest in using Wappa. So I'm going to go with Wappa for that answer. How about you?
You didn't use Wappa just for the voice quotes?
No, I think you actually were the one that kind of turned me on to that a little more afterwards. But yeah, when I was playing the game originally, I was just like, this character's annoying, this character's bossy, I'm not interested.
Well, they were really good about making each character special in their own way. I will admit, prior to some of these previous runs, it was always Hack, just because I had no idea about the usefulness of Burning Trigger, or whatever it was called.
Yes.
So he seemed to be the least applicable red turret child in the group, and I think the reds are the only one that end up with like more than everyone else, or that you have more of before the others catch up.
Yeah, that's fair.
After those runs, I would probably say Chick. It's one of the two twins. There's just no niche that they fill that can't be adequately covered by another child who also has a wider range of skills.
Well, I'm gonna show you a niche for Chick in this run, because Chick is very good in this run. What we're doing right now, we're having another tutorial, so we kind of went back in time because we regretted our decision to put Malt into the cannon. And now he's back, and we're just going to retry it. But we're also getting introduced to the main social mechanic of the game. Oops, I was going a little too fast there because I was talking. And basically, you can have the kids talk to each other, and they will gain special attacks, and they will level up what's called their support ability. So the kids get paired up in the cannon. The one that is in the front is, the main attacker, but the one that's in the back actually provides a support ability, and then they charge up what's called a link attack. So you make these more powerful by getting the kids to talk to each other during these intermissions.
And this will lead into my theory crafting for a different section later, but you very quickly learn that there are some kids that are much better as supports than they are being up front. The one that immediately comes to mind is Sheena for me.
Yes.
Because Sheena doesn't provide a lot of the same utility that you would expect from blue turret kids, but her passive regenerates the SP that you use to use your skills in the first place.
Yep.
And in this game where you only have a finite number of items if you're not doing the hard routes, and you can only trade for so many in towns, any freebies you can get in terms of SP or HP regeneration are a godsend. So.
Yeah. That is very true. So what I was doing there is I was basically dumping all of my activity points during that intermission into the relationship between Kyle and Boren. The reason for that is simple. Kyle, his support ability is he increases the accuracy of the child that he is paired with. And Boren is a red weapon user, which, as Sean pointed out earlier, they are very powerful but highly inaccurate. So by going about things in this way, Boren will basically never miss now, and that is perfect because he has the strongest attacks in the entire game.
In particular, in the early game, for people who haven't seen this game yet, Boron, I think, is the only one who gets early access to a skill that hits all enemies on the screen 4 times in exchange for it only being a 50% accuracy.
Yes.
I think Malt also gets that later on, but he gets it as like one of his last skills.
Yep.
So it's supposed to be the big trade-off is, hey, you get to attack 4 times, but you're probably going to miss with most of them. It's going to be inconsistent damage.
Yep.
But if you manage to max out his accuracy buff with Kyle early on, Kyle adds plus 5% accuracy for each level of friendship up to 10. So as early as like chapter 3, you can have Boron with a multi-hit ability that hits 4 times with 100% accuracy on all enemies, and it makes a joke of the first half of the game.
Yeah, and we're going to definitely lean into that for quite a while here. I also just want to point out, so the way this boss works, the tower kind of like repairs the base, but you need to destroy the base to actually win the fight. So I'm kind of balancing those two things at first, but I had something really ideal happen, which is Socks got his flame grenade to proc on the boss the first time. Did not get it the second time, but that's okay. Getting it once is really nice because it gives me passive damage. And I'm already just kind of starting to whittle this boss down here.
Important to note for people, just to show the importance of the status ailments, I did not give a lot of credit to Burn at first because I thought it was a flat damage amount. It is actually percentage based on the enemy's max HP. So while most later bosses tend to have immunity to it, those that don't, if you burn them, it will do thousands of damage every time it procs.
Yeah, I believe it's a flat percentage of 4%, I want to say, and it goes very quickly. So that extra damage is going to make it so that I don't even have to worry about the control tower when it pops up here again. Because I'm just going to be able to push through the last of the damage that I need. So I also have the first Link attack here, which I'm going to just actually swap Malt right to go again, and we're going to use this Link attack here to finish the fight.
Very important when you're swapping kids around to take a look at the upper bar to see who's going to get one turn, because the position of the turrets on the Tyrannus from top to bottom does not necessarily indicate the turn order that is along the top bar. And you can mess yourself up if you swap in a kid that you want to use a skill right away, and then, oops, turns out they're going to be the third to go in the turn order, and all the enemies are going to get a turn before then. And that definitely ruined at least one of my Iron Man runs when I was trying to get through this game without losing a single time.
Yep, and we're actually going to use the way speed and turn order interact in this game to our advantage in quite a few of the fights. There's no real like speedrun tech or anything in this game. It's all about optimization and just making sure that you handle the fights as efficiently as possible. So I'll kind of explain that a little more as we go through this first area now that we have some more actual abilities and things like that. That was a village. You can go in there and people will give you stuff. Some of the items are useful. Some of them are crafting items. Some of them are comic books. I'm sure Sean has some stuff to say about the comic books as we go along here too, but that's the only.
The comic books were cute. Yeah.
They're very cute. That's the only village I'm going to go into in the entire run. So that was just a little brief moment there, but there's a lot of depth to this game. There's a lot of really cool flavor stuff and different things like that. That really just you get to know the characters really well, and you get to kind of understand a lot more about like the world and what it's about and everything. So. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and finish leveling up the friendship, because as we all know, you level up your friendship with people by talking to them and pretending to be interested in the things that they're interested in. So we're going to go ahead and do that here. We got to level 10, and that is the maximum level, so now Boren will never miss, and they're going to be besties forever. And the other thing about this that is a little bit of how you do the speedrun and important to the speedrun is when you use Boren to talk to Kyle, Boren gets the XP. They don't get the... You get XP for doing these actions, but it's only the active character that gets it. So Boren is my most important character in the run. We're going to use him to do basically everything. So he was talking. He is now upgrading the weapons because he's very multi-talented. He can do that as well. And now he's going to do a little bit of scrap fishing, so I can get some more XP for him and some more crafting supplies for the next intermission.
So, this is also the site of my first theory craft for possible mechanics in the future games. Would you care to hear?
Yes.
So, these are all things that I would not be upset if they're not added. I just see them as reasonable things that could be implemented. And the first one would be if there was a cap to how many times you could talk to kids. Like either they're like, hey, you know, I don't really want to talk anymore, or maybe they get annoyed with you if you talk to them too many times, and that could have an influence on how they pair up in battles. So for example, you know, it could be one of the requests. I don't know if we've reached that point yet where the kids have requests that you can fulfill to like raise up their spirit gauge or whatever it is in the game.
Yeah.
But maybe a kid says, you know, I want to work with so-and-so, and if you pair them up in the stage ahead, you know, they will build their link gauge faster than they would normally. Or if you talk to them too many times, maybe they'll be like, I'm sick of talking to you, you know, I want some time to myself, and you inadvertently hurt their ability to build their link gauge for a bit. So like making sure that the player doesn't just focus too much on one kid, that they spread it around to the rest of the team.
I mean, as a speedrunner, I hate that idea, but as a casual player who would like a more realistic experience, I agree with you. I don't see how Boren cornering Kyle in the Tyrannus and asking him all kinds of questions really helps Kyle at all. So,
or all the times that people tell Brits to his face that they hate him and they wish he would die, and then it says friendship increased.
Yeah, yeah. There's some stuff that doesn't always combo super well there, but it's an interesting thought for sure. All right, so we're just going through some basic encounters here. There's not too much to say about these. We'll get into some more like mechanically interesting stuff a little later on in the run, but I just don't have a lot of special abilities yet. And these encounters are also relatively easy, so there's just not too much to say about them. I don't really have to care too much about color matching. There's no armor yet. We'll see some of that soon enough, but for now we're kind of just rolling along and shooting our guns. So I don't know if we have any donations or announcements, but this would probably be a good time for some of those.
There's someone else. Is this on PC, by the way?
I'm playing on PC, yep.
Okay, I was wondering why it was running so smooth. I was like, dang, I'm not remember it being this smooth.
Yeah, so this game you can actually choose 30 FPS or 60 FPS, and 60 FPS every once in a while, and I'm not sure if it's because of my graphics card or if it's something about the game itself, but you'll get these little like frame tears, and it was bugging.
Those happened on the Switch as well.
Okay, so it was actually bugging me to the point that I was always just playing on 30, and I didn't realize the implications of that when I started speedrunning this game. So the first time I got speedran, and I actually had world record in both of these categories at one point. But that was at 30 FPS, and what I didn't realize is I was actually handicapping myself by multiple minutes by playing at 30 FPS versus 60 FPS.
Oh yeah.
So
I mean, there's an argument to be made for 30 FPS because it made like each of the moments as a little bit slower, but it also. For the aesthetic of a game like this, that's what I thought was the intended, you know, feeling of it. Was that here's this big tank, you know, it's slowly rearing up to, you know, move over the terrain. The gun is charging up the fire.
Yeah.
So seeing it this smooth is actually kind of jarring to me. It kind of takes away from the illusion, but it looks beautiful.
And it's faster, which is ultimately all that we care about. But you're right. There's something about the art style of this game that I think if you're just playing the game casually, for my money, it truly does look better at 30 FPS, and it doesn't really impact the actual gameplay at all.
Oh no, you can't have that on stream. You can't have that on stream.
Oh, did I get the rank? Did I get the ranking?
I just thought the end of stage rank.
The special rank, yeah.
I had a
I don't know. That fight was kind of butt. I don't know.
Yeah, I had a thing going on during my own stream of the game where every time that happened, I had to gift a sub. So.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it does happen every once in a while. There's really not too much I can control about it. So after every battle, you will see a summary, and it grades you on like the number of turns, the number of the amount of damage you took, and technique, which is basically like how many of the colored symbols you managed to destroy. There's a lot of fights where I really don't care about the colored symbols, so go figure I'm going to have pretty bad
They're a
rankings
little
on those ones.
counterintuitive because technique is basically, it's just a gradual point system based on, like you said, the number of weak spots you hit. You get X number of points for each skill that you use.
Yeah.
And so it's rewarded by taking longer on fights, but by taking longer, you're directly harming the topmost rank, which is based on how quickly you finish the fight and how many turns it takes you. So
Yeah. At the end of the day, it really doesn't matter all that much because it does give you a little bit of an XP multiplier if you get better ranks, but it's not consequential to the point where I have to ensure that I get a certain rank on a certain fight. Oh, this is a fun fight.
thank you for the tier 1 gift sub, non-binary.
I hope everybody's enjoying the marathon so far.
What do we got? I'm gonna check out what we got on the schedule. Let me see what we got here. Fantasy Star 2. I might have to stick around for that. One shot. I know people ask me to be live there, so I don't know if we should watch that. Dread is going to be really cool. I've seen the world record run for Metroid Dread. It is nuts what they put together.
That's going to be great. Jain is a fantastic runner of that game as well. It's going to be a really good time. We're just kind of crawling through a couple of encounters here. Bahamut, I don't know if you have any donations or announcements that you want to read?
No new donations, but I'll do a quick blurb. Midwest Mid-Spring Speed Filling 2022 in collaboration with BGMCon Liftoff is raising money for Save the Music. To donate, go to donate.midwestspeedfest.com or type exclamation point donate in chat and follow the link. Additionally, Save This Music is a nonprofit charity, meaning if you live in the United States, your donations may be tax deductible, and furthermore, your employer may match your donation. To learn more about Save the Music, go to savethemusic.org.
Thank you. I'm going to tell you what run I'm excited about because I just realized I do have I have Shaq sitting here next to me. I'm really excited for Shaq Fu tomorrow with the one and only Gooby. So please make sure you come by and check that out. There's going to be a pretty great silly block in this marathon, and that is definitely going to be a part of it. So just doing some more upgrades here. And then it looks like, we'll see, can I get everything to level 3? Yes, I can. All right, so at this point, I'm going to go fishing. I got a silk line. But what I actually want to do is be able to upgrade the difficulty because then I can actually get some of the components that I need for the level 3 to 5 of the weapons and armor. I just failed a craft, or in this case, it was a fishing for the first time. The nice thing about that in this game is you don't actually lose your supplies when you fail a craft, which there have been a few times that if I had, I probably would have curled into a ball and cried. So thankfully, it just
that was a big fear of mine as well.
Yeah, yeah, because I've definitely played games that does that to you, and it's kind of unpleasant. So, all right, we are already to the boss of Chapter 2. This is the Gold Shackle. This is actually a really scary boss fight, so I'm going to kind of focus here. This guy does some pretty nasty attacks, and so first thing I'm going to do is knock out his armor, and then I'm just going to try to kill him as fast as possible. He will probably inflict fear on me at some point, which lowers my accuracy. And then in the second half of the fight, he is going to use what is called Wrath. Oh, I got the flame. That's good. And Wrath is going to double his damage. So me not being able to hit him and him being able to deal a lot of damage to me in very short order is pretty scary. So we're going to just try to take him out as quickly as we can here. I got a pretty good start to this fight already, so that's good. Oh, and he missed. That was nice. I'm actually saving my link attacks. I have a link attack here between Malt and May. Oh, you're still on fire. Perfect. And I also should have a link attack between Borin and Kyle here. Not quite. We're almost there for Borin and Kyle. But here comes the fear attack. And everybody got fear, so that's not great. But what I'm going to be able to do... Hannah, this is Hannah's time to shine. This is the only time I'm probably going to use her, and I didn't do that right. So I wanted to make her go next also, but she can remove fear from allies. Thankfully, it did not cost me because Malt didn't miss there. Now we're in Wrath phase, so this is the scary moment. He's going to be dealing double damage, and I'm going to have to kind of multitask here a little bit. The tank is going to offer to let me use the Soul Cannon. I definitely don't want to do that. I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to play this a little bit safe because I have both my Link attacks. I'm going to go ahead and heal here, get rid of the fear. And then we're going to use Link attack number 1. Take out a nice chunk there. Got fear again. The interesting thing is the fear actually doesn't matter that much for Borin because of his relationship with Kyle. He still has very good accuracy, thankfully. I'm actually going to go ahead and heal. Be able to finish this fight off pretty quick now. He still has the Wrath, but he's not going to do those multi-hit attacks anymore. And I do still have that big old Link attack coming up here, so this should go pretty quickly. All right, we're in good shape. Just gonna swap these two. And he missed twice. That's fine. That's why fear is bad. Okay, we got through it. I played that fight pretty safe because he can put you at a very dangerous low health pretty easily. But all in all, that fight still went pretty well, so happy with that. We will see that enemy from time to time as a normal enemy as well. So that is not the last we have seen of the Gold Jackal. Also, really quick shout-outs to all of the artists who did these amazing little illustrations at the end of every chapter. They are just beautiful. They're one of my favorite little things in the game, and it's one of those things where it's like, you didn't need to do that, but you added it in anyway. And I think I think with this game, the producers and the developers and the director really just kind of had a pulse on people that are going to enjoy a game like this are going to enjoy certain things, and they're going to enjoy cute characters. They're going to enjoy the combat system, and they're going to enjoy little fun moments like that. And they really did a good job kind of putting all that together. All right, we got our first 2 new characters. We started with 6. We're up to 8 now. This is Hack and Chick. They are the twins. They are a very dynamic duo. We are going to start using them immediately and pretty much lean on them for a couple different things throughout the run. So
this pairing specifically is where my eyes were opened to both status ailments and Hack's burning trigger efficiency.
Yeah. Yep. We do have a little tutorial here. We're going to learn how to make the children happy, which is from here on out for the rest of the game, every intermission they're going to get a wish, which is basically just something that they want to do. And it's kind of like the game's way of encouraging you to diversify what you're doing and try different things, which I really appreciate from a design perspective. We are going to be pretty focused here on the speedrun, and the first thing we are going to do is have Hack and Chick talk to each other 20 times. So, Bahamut, if there's any donations or anything to read, this would be a good time for that.
Actually, we do have one donation. We have $5 from non-binary code that says $5 in appreciation of the good work Shaq is doing.
Shaq is holding it down. So this is part of why I was very excited about the bid wars for this game. You kind of get a lot of that here. They've got these just adorable little samurai costumes, each and every one of them. And then just like the little sound effects, they're different in the 2 languages, but these 2 in particular are super cute. Like you get Chick's little konnichiwa here. It's just, it just makes you smile. She's got the little anime eyes, all of that, so it's good stuff. Just got a few more here. Every 3 times you talk, you get like a chance to deepen your bond. And what that is, it's kind of like a little bonus. If anybody has ever played Fire Emblem 3 Houses, it kind of reminds me of like like the quiz questions that you'll occasionally get in the classroom sections of that game. So you have a bad answer, an okay answer, and a good answer. And depending on which answer you provide, you'll get more in the meter there. So
for the most part, you'll clue in pretty quickly to what the type of answer you should give to each kid is. Like with May, you know, you want to keep her as the innocent child, so you're going to lie to her about where meat comes from. You know, with Boron, you know, he typically enjoys food and doesn't enjoy comments being made about his weight and stuff like that. It's not completely straightforward, like super obvious, but you'd have to try to give a bad answer in most cases.
Yeah, the bad answer in particular is generally pretty obvious, but there are a couple of characters that are fairly complicated, I would say. So
there's a lot where it's like, what do you think of X thing? And your three choices are, I think they're great, they're pretty okay, and you're the worst person ever, and I never want to talk to you.
Yeah, don't pick that last one.
I wouldn't, unless it's Jin. Then you probably want to tell them you hate whatever he's talking about, and he'll love you for it.
Yeah. All right, this is kind of going to be my kind of ideal party for a while. Hack is doing a lot of damage, and he's also doing a lot of attacks right now. He's actually kind of serving as a tutorial for this, what's called hero mode. And they get like an added effect to their regular attacks when they're in hero mode. The problem with using Hack for that explainer, I guess we'll call it, is Hack is not going to use his main attack pretty much at all after we get him to level 10, because he's going to learn this ability that we've talked about a few times already called Burning Trigger. And Burning Trigger is pretty much the only thing that Hack will use for the entire rest of the game. So we'll talk about that a little more later on in this chapter, because he will learn it before the end of this chapter. So just going to kind of wail on this stuff for a little bit. Boron is unfortunately not quite strong enough to one-shot those flying enemies yet. After he gets one more level, he will be. So in the short term, we kind of just have to deal with that little healing animation. The enemy animations are actually, they can be pretty long and annoying sometimes. So when I'm running the game, as much as possible, I do want to keep the enemies off of their turns. Not just to keep my health high. There's reasons you want to keep your health high as well that we'll talk about as the run goes on. But just the animations themselves are very long a lot of the time, and you do want to kind of keep the enemy from taking turns as much as possible, even if they're not taking extra damage from it or anything. Character swap system is occasionally will eat your inputs. It hasn't quite happened yet, but there will be at least one time during this run where I definitely don't pick the right combination because of something like that. So
I meant to go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is one of the first times where I'm going to abuse the speed and turn order mechanic. So based on the speed, May should be going first, but I can just make Boron go first if I want to.
Yep. One of the things I forgot to... Now I just lost my train of thought. I'll figure this out.
We got time.
Yeah, that is also something that surprised me. Like when you said we were barely half an hour in, or barely 20 minutes in, you're like, all right, we're pretty much at the end of chapter 2, and you think to yourself, wow, if I wanted to just rush through this game, it wouldn't take very long at all. Not realizing that like once you get past the halfway point, each chapter, even if you know what you're doing, takes at least 60 to 90 minutes.
Yeah. It depends on what routes you're taking too, because some of the danger... We've seen these branches in the path a few times now. Some of the dangerous routes legitimately will be as challenging as certain boss fights. And because of the way the mechanics and stuff work of the game, they will actually, if you take enough of the dangerous routes, you'll actually get so strong that a lot of the boss fights kind of get trivialized, which is, I think, something you kind of alluded to earlier, Sean.
Yeah, I kind of ruined it for myself because I started right away with the hardest routes. It was my big challenge on stream, so I actually don't know what any of the other routes are like, and I feel like at this point it would just be a joke for me. So
you'll see most of them in this run, because I think, as I said, I don't know if this was while we were setting up or once the run actually started, but there's only one time in the run where I will choose the harder route over the easier route, and it actually has to do with what's about to come up here, which is there's what's called a ruins exploration. Whoops, that was me picking the wrong one. And the reason for that is it will help me upgrade the Tyrannus faster. All right, good. Boren got his level, and he's OP now, so.
Boomstay is saying, can we shout out this game's amazing soundtrack? I still sing the boss battle theme to myself when I'm just killing time. All the time I'm singing it to myself.
Yeah, there's a lot of incredible music in this game, and it's definitely another one that it's like, to me, feels very fitting to be paired with VGM Con, where we have a lot of incredibly talented musicians here, just basically sharing their love of video game music with each other. It's awesome. Have you ever done like a MagFest or any event like that before, Sean?
I don't think I've done. Is MagFest more of a? Is it a video game con? Is it a tabletop con? Is it a nerd culture con? What is it?
It's called Music and Gaming is what the Mag part stands for. So it's kind of like a larger version of this event, where you do have the a lot of like the really good musical acts and bands that will show up to do concerts and things like that. And it's all video game music. It's pretty incredible. I really want to make it to a MagFest at some point.
And it's music and gaming, you said?
Yep, exactly.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, if that answer didn't make it obvious, no, I haven't been to one of those yet, but I do think it's very interesting that they managed to mix the two together like that.
Yeah, for sure. We got our own little Midwest MagFest here. Is kind of what I lovingly refer to VGM Con as when I'm trying to explain it to people. It's a good time.
Maybe those will be future unlockables, is you can unlock remixed soundtracks for your next playthrough of Fuga 2 and 3.
There you go. I didn't talk, by the way, about Chick and Hack and how they work together, because it isn't relevant quite yet, but Chick's support ability is going to reduce the SP cost of the main character's special attacks, and we're going to be using special attack for Hack pretty much every turn, which is something I kind of talked about a little earlier. So, all right, and we're going into our first Ruins expedition, which is another one of these things that's just like, it's really neat that they figured out a way to add another type of gameplay into this game to make it more dynamic. And there's a Ruins in basically every chapter from this point on. We're only going to do this one and one other one, but when you play the game casually, you definitely want to do all of them, and they're really cool.
It's interesting from a puzzle perspective. A lot of the early ones are just, okay, like, you know, go into this room first, grab the bullet, shoot this enemy, collect the item, leave.
Yep.
And then even the middle ones are just like, okay, well, make sure you don't hit the spikes, but you get 3 tries at it anyway, and you can take as much time as you want in this place.
Yeah.
So I don't blame it for being relatively simplistic, but towards the end, like, the most complex it gets is, oh, here's a bunch of rooms with X number of walls blocking the path, and you need to figure out the order that you do the rooms in if you want to collect all of the items.
Yep. Yep.
Which leads to my second theory craft that I would love to see in a future game mechanic. I would love to see, I'm assuming it's either going to be the same kids, maybe there'll be some new kids, but I would like to see if there were certain kids who were mechanically designed to be better at the ruins than in battle. But so like the passives or the skills or special perks that they learn as they level up would be relevant to the ruins, which is like, oh, if you bring this kid into the ruins, you know, you'll get an extra blank number of items when you successfully complete an expedition or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The idea being that you'd still need to level them up through battles, but they're not really as good as other kids would be in the normal battles. So you have to make this decision of, am I going to risk my DPS? Am I going to risk my efficiency in fights in order to level them up and get better materials from the ruins?
Mm-hmm.
Or do I just leave them behind and focus on the kids that are better at fights? But then when I go to the ruins, I'm not getting to capitalize on all of those bonuses I could be making use of.
Yeah, one thing about this game that I do think it's interesting because it's like it's sure. Whoops, I did this. Hold on, I need to focus for just a second here. I have to go back to the ruins because I didn't get quite enough crystal dust, but I should be able to get the 3 more here that I need to actually be able to upgrade the reactor all the way to level 5. Oh, and we got a new map. I have spikes to deal with now, so good luck, children.
Another thing that I did not know, because I didn't realize that, or I never went back more than once to any of the ruins that I went through.
I already got it. So
Overkill asks, can the armor be decreased beyond 0 for extra damage, or can you only strip enemies of their armor?
You can only go down to 0. So you can only get them down to 0. Yeah, there's nothing beyond that. Oh, I need a little more iron scrap. Well, if I get 2 more iron scrap here, and I did. Okay, now I can upgrade the fishing stand, and I can actually get the other items that I need, which is kind of nice. Because otherwise, it's those other rusty items there. Those are going to help me get the weapons and armor in the Tyrannus from level 3 to level 5. And then there's kind of like another set of items that you can get after that, but we're not going to fish any of those.
That could be interesting too, is if in future games you can actually go below 0, and as like a trade-off, they make the level of armor relevant to the level of resistance the enemies have to status effects.
Mm-hmm.
So like maybe at like 3 or 2 armor, you know, it's only like a 20 to 30% chance of it applying, but at 1 armor it's like a 60% chance. At 0 it's 85, and below 0 it's 100%.
Yeah. I think the idea I kind of had there before I distracted myself a little bit, but it feels like certain characters should be better at things. Like, for example, Socks. Clearly the, we'll charitably say the nerd of the party.
Right.
So it feels like Socks should be the best at, for example, upgrading the Tyrannus or different things like that require a lot of brain. And there's something about the fact that you can just use like Borin to do it in the speedrun, for example, that's never quite sat right with me. So I'd be curious if at some point they ever like include like levels for like crafting and different things like that too.
It only becomes an even bigger gap because, I mean, I could be wrong, but it feels like based on the level of your relationship that you have with the other kids, it improves the chance that one of them will come to assist you on whatever task you're doing, which can happen up to 3 times and gives up to a 15% success rate boost.
Yep.
And so once you've got a kid who's got relationships with all of the other kids, in this case Boron for me, or I don't know who you tended to do it with, there's no reason you would want to use anyone else, because that same child will give you the best chance overall of succeeding every time you do that action.
Yep.
So I agree with you in that it would be interesting if in the future, at least in the early game, there are certain kids who just have a natural affinity for certain tasks that make them the best choice.
Yeah.
But then maybe in the late game, as the kids have developed their bonds, they've taught each other, you know, the passive implications that they've taught each other how to do all of the tasks around the Tyrannus, that any of them are equally capable of doing those tasks as a team.
Yeah. Or here you go. Maybe part of the relationship system is you have to show the other children, if you're the child that's like good at cooking, for example, you have to show that to somebody else in order for them to do it, and in the process you build a relationship with them.
This would be super complex, but could you imagine if, like, after a certain level of affinity, like Hannah comes to Boron, is like, or Boron comes to Hannah, is like, could you teach me how to cook the amazing food that you make? And then it unlocks like Boron's ability to cook food for the rest of the team, and maybe Boron has like a special dish that only he is able to make.
I like this.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
The possibilities. I'm gonna fall in love with Fuga all over again, and I've already done it like 5 times.
No, I think that's a great idea, actually. All right, we're kind of just cruising through Chapter 3 here while we're bantering. So, Bahamut, is there anything to read or any announcements that you have for us?
currently no new donations, but I want to give a shout out to our Japanese restreamers. They're currently being restreamed by our Japanese friends at twitch.tv/Japanese restream. I'm sure they are enjoying the Japanese audio we have going in the game.
Yes. And
We
also very
we
much
also had a raid.
appreciative.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm also very appreciative of the fact that anybody watching this in Japan is awake at about 4 in the morning right now. So truly, you love Fuga and you love speedrunning if you are here for
I'm
this.
bugging the crap out of Yoan right now, being like, please wake up. We've got to run with 150 people watching. You got to be here, please. It's not a joke. Also, shout-outs, if it wasn't mentioned already, to Aquas for the raid of 82 and Ruby Heart with the raid of 16 that helps boost us up to that 150.
Wonderful, yeah. Gonna be here all weekend, everybody.
One of the phrases that you'll hear fairly often if you play in the French dub is, I know this isn't what they're actually saying. It's like laissez mon frère, and to me I always hear it as let's see more friends. So I always appreciate that. Let's get some more raids in here. Let's see more friends, everybody.
Yes, tell your friends about Midwest Speed Fest. Let's see more friends. Oh, okay, Hack now has Burning Trigger. I missed the level up to level 10, but Hack now has Burning Trigger.
Here it
so.
goes. Why don't you tell us about it?
Yes, let me tell you about the amazing Burning Trigger ability. So, Burning Trigger is not... It's a little bit inconspicuous at first, we shall say. If you use it at base level, all it does is it gives you a slight accuracy bonus. I believe it's an extra 20% accuracy. But once you use it, it starts to charge up. If you use it 3 times, anytime after that you use Burning Trigger, I believe Punchy, who is another runner of this game, or documented this. I don't know if he was the one that actually mapped it out. But Burning Trigger deals, I believe, 178% base damage over a regular attack. And that is not even accounting for critical hits. So it is incredibly powerful. It is by far the single best point attack that you can do in the game. And it's the main reason why Hack is so good in the speedrun. So at this point,
And
just
I believe
for...
it applies for the entire stage, right? Not just that set of fights?
Yes, it will reset at the end of every chapter, but once you get it at the beginning of every chapter, you just charge it up again, and then it does the same thing.
That's the part that surprises me. I thought for something that strong, it would have reset at the end of every series of fights, so maybe it would be more useful over like a gauntlet of like 3 or 4 battles, but maybe not so much against a single battle. But my God.
Yeah, he just did 500 damage there, so... but yeah, we're pretty much just going to be leaning on, for our major pillars for this run, Borin, who now also just learned Shell Festival, by the way, which is actually better than the fragmented shot that he's been using so far.
That was my move of choice. I used Boron for both single and multi-target, but now I know Hack was better for single target, but Boron is the undisputed king of multi-target obliterations.
Yep, so Boron for AoE and then Hack for Burning Trigger, basically the most damage I can dish out in any one single attack. And then the third slot is going to be rotated between characters who can get rid of armor and characters who can inflict status effects.
So, in your opinion, Moon, what are the upgrades that people should focus on first and foremost if they're playing through for the first time? Not necessarily from a speedrun aspect, but I'm sure you know that there's multiple points in a new game where you have enough materials to upgrade any one of like 3 different things, but only one of them.
Yeah, so I really like, when I played this game casually, I really liked the farming and cooking systems. And the cooking items in this game actually do provide damage and battle benefits. So they're really, really good. It's just that the process by which you could actually cook useful items, it takes too long to sort of get everything in order to be useful in the speedrun. But when you're playing the game casually, being able to eat food and cook food during every intermission is incredibly powerful. So if you have a good farming system and then you have a good cooking system, it's really, really good, I would say.
The only thing I would make sure to that I would note to new players is, as it says in the game, the cooking effects only last until the following intermission. So, like, I was a big fan of using, the EXP boosting because I wanted to get, the kids leveled up and get their skills as early as possible.
Yeah.
But if you use it, like, right before, say, a boss fight, you're basically wasting it because immediately after the start of the next chapter is an intermission. So if you feel like you need to boost your stats using cooking to survive a boss fight, then go for it. Otherwise, you'll typically only want to use it during those intermissions before the normal paths because you're going to be doing a lot more fights there and at the end of the chapter.
Yep. Yeah. This is a pretty I would say this is a slightly easier boss fight. We've got 2 copters here. Burning Trigger is... I'm going to try to take the top one out as quickly as possible because he can actually heal the bottom one. But everything is off to a very good start here, so we're looking good there.
Like that?
I know, I shouldn't say stuff like that. But it really is going well. This is Shell Festival for the first time. And that did delay. I should be able to finish off this top one.
Trust me, it'll look a lot more impressive when we use it against a standard battle.
Yes. Okay, so that top copter's already down. That went really, really well. It's hard to keep him from healing the bottom one, even if everything goes right. The nice thing there, the reason I would say that that went so well is Hack didn't miss, and even though you get an accuracy boost, flying enemies naturally are harder to hit. So even with the accuracy boost from Burning Trigger, it was still only an 80% chance to hit. And thankfully, Hack did not miss today. We love to see that when that happens.
He was, in fact, using hacks.
Yes.
Oh, that's the one thing about this game that still bugged me was how the remaining HP has a minimum, like, what's the word? Notch that it will sit at.
Yeah.
So, like, there's a certain level where whether the enemy has 2 HP or 200 HP, it will still be at that little amount. And I have lost runs before to thinking the enemy was 1 hit away from death, and it was 1.25 hits away from death.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then I ate a cannon to the face and lost.
Yeah, you hate to see it. I also accidentally almost used the Soul Cannon there because it popped up at the bottom of my menu, and I was trying to use my Link attack, and I almost yeeted a child at that last enemy. So thankfully that did not happen.
Doesn't it give you like 2 confirmations to back out of? Because it says, "Are you sure?" And then it takes you to the child selection screen, and you should still be able to back out of that.
Thankfully, yes. Yeah.
However, where the game throws you a loop is when you pick a child, it does not give you a confirmation screen for that child. The minute you press A on any of the kids, it goes, "There you go. There's your choice.
Yep.
Watch."
There they go. All right. So that was Chapter 3. There's 12 chapters in this game, by the way. The first half of the game, you tend to start accumulating the rest of the characters that are in your party. So every chapter between Chapter 3 and Chapter 7, you get 1 or 2 new characters. And then the second half of the game is all about kind of like the rescue and the story and things like that. So, but for now, we just have another intermission here. And I don't have a whole lot to do other than do some upgrades and probably do some more fishing, I guess. So, Bahamut, do we have any announcements or anything to read?
Yes, we actually have 2 donations. First, we have Stack, $20, who says, "Do it live!" Secondly, we have $8 from Gambit017, who says, "As a band nerd through middle and high school, I am so happy to see money being raised for this wonderful cause. Shoutouts to Bahamut for reading something to read, Blaze for this wonderful speed run, and everyone behind the scenes making this wonderful marathon go."
Absolutely. It is so good to be back to in-person events again. I've been in part of and helped out with a lot of online events over the last couple of years, as I know a lot of us have, and it's a really good feeling to be back to in-person again. I know it's not totally safe yet, and everybody's doing the best that they can, but it's really nice to see friends again and share this experience with people in kind of like a live setting, rather than just playing in my basement. So I know I'm not the only one who feels that way. Oh, I just remembered something about this fight. I'm silly. I get a big heal right after this, so I should... now I'm getting stuck in my menus. I get a big heal of my SP after this, so I should just be wailing on this guy. There we go. That took like 1 turn longer than it probably needed to be, but it's all good.
Hey, may I interject with something?
Yes, absolutely.
Nom nom nom.
Yes. It is it is very funny. It's very odd, and we got a couple coming up here in a row, but just like watch how the Tyrannus sort of like rolls over the items. And I guess that just kind of like, there must be a child at the bottom just like kind of hauling them in as they go, because they definitely don't stop, but I don't know if you have any opinions on that.
It's actually a repurposed straight sweeper that was made into a tank, but they didn't get rid of all the accessories from the original form of it. So
yeah,
if you run over it, the brooms just kind of sweep it up into the underside, and they pick it up from there.
Yeah. It's like a Zamboni, really, but for stuff lying on the ground. This is Sheena, by the way. Sheena is precious, and she is one of the best characters in the game, so we're going to go ahead and save her now.
Ah, yes. The French tank. Tyrannus by Zamboni.
Start powering up Burning Trigger again for the next chapter. Unfortunately, when we acquire Sheena, we are going to be done using Mei for the rest of the run, so... I know there's a lot of Mei fans. This isn't the same. When I do normal ending, we have to say goodbye to the characters when they get put into the canon, and that's a lot sadder. This is just going to be, they're going to be kind of in the peanut gallery for the rest of the run, so that feels a little better, right?
Firebird asking if the splash screen spelled enemies with 2 N's. It is, because all of these splash screens, regardless of what language you use for the audio or the text, display in French.
That is true.
Double confirmed, just to make sure I'm not an idiot, and it is spelled with 2 N's in French.
Yep. So Sheena's going to be our new armor shredder. She's a little bit more powerful than Mei, but it's mainly because of her support ability, which for now she's going to be kind of in the hot seat, but a little bit later on she's going to be the preferred support character for that 3rd spot for basically the entire rest of the run. And Sean mentioned why earlier. It's because her support ability allows you to regain SP, and as you can probably already tell from watching what I'm doing, special attacks in this game are your bread and butter. So the game becomes very SP. The tank is very SP hungry. Nom nom. And so having Sheena that we can use just as like passive SP gain really does help offset a lot of the use that we're going to be putting out over the course of the run. So.
It's also important, I mean, speedrunners will already know who to pair her with to get their relationship up to max level, but for people who want to make use of it casually, it's very important to figure out ahead of time, or at least observe which kids you are pairing her with most often, because her passive only restores 1 SP at level 1 through 4, restores 2 SP at level 5 through 9, and then 3 SP for a normal attack at level 10. Yep. And so if you spend too much time dividing her relationship up among too many kids, you know, you may be able to get the lower, the 2 SP more often, but being able to regenerate 3 SP every time that one child does a normal attack builds up very, very quickly.
Yep. And just to sort of talk about some of like the synergies and such with this run, as I mentioned earlier, Burning Trigger, which is the attack that we are going to be using basically every turn with Hack, costs 2 SP now because of the reduction, because of Chick's support ability. So the best single attack in the game costs 2. I can do a normal attack with whoever Sheena is paired with and get 3 back. That's a pretty good value proposition over the course of some of these longer chapters for sure.
Is their relationship already maxed? It doesn't go any lower than that?
Well, it's 2 different relationships. So Hack and Chick are already level 10. We're actually going to pair Sheena up with Socks at first. This is a little bit of a new change that I made from the normal ending run, where we use the character that we get in Chapter 5 a lot more exclusively, named Jean. But Socks has the best status effect afflicting attacks in the game from the very beginning. So we're going to be using Socks a lot more in the true ending run for all of those boss fights where status effects really will get us through the fight a lot safer and a lot faster.
Socks is definitely a late bloomer black mage type. I know that you
Yeah.
mentioned earlier you wish he had been better as a utility. I really felt like he hit his stride in New Game Plus because you didn't have access to as many of those later kids early in the game, but enemies scale with you for New Game Plus, so it still provides a challenge. And
Yeah.
as long as you've got all of his abilities unlocked, he covers a lot of ground in the early game.
Yeah, I believe that too. His abilities are incredible. Oops, that was I looked at the right one and I picked the wrong one with my finger. So, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start level. They're gonna get to be best friends here pretty quickly, just so again I can start realizing the benefits of some of that passive SP gain when I'm using Socks. So go ahead, Sean.
I'm going to look this up before I make a comment on it.
Okay. I went to. I'm button mashing. And again, just to reiterate something from earlier, I'm talking with Sheena because I want Sheena to get the XP from these actions. Because we want her to get up to the next level of what Piercing Shot, which is that armor reducing ability. She learns that at level 17, and we'll get there in about 2 chapters or so.
Well, unfortunately, I wasn't able to find a list of the skills that he learned throughout the game. But in the process, I did learn that behind Boron, Socks was the second most sacrificed child during gameplay tests for the game.
Wow, that is rude.
Which is ironic.
That's just a very
given
like. I'm just imagining like whoever the like the marketing person is like watching the playtester and be like, with the clipboard like checking off Socks. It's like, ugh.
Which is ironic given his tie-in to future games in the Little Tail Bronx franchise. There are a lot of players that decided to just break the space-time continuum.
Yeah. Well, that's why it's not the true ending when you use the Soul Cannon, right? Oh, good times. What's the fun in having a Soul Cannon if you're not going to use it, am I right?
Right. So does the new game speedrun account for any bonuses people can get from buying the deluxe edition? Is that considered outside assistance, or?
Generally speaking, and this is, it's come up in the Fuga community. I don't know if there's ever been a definitive ruling, but I think what you're talking about specifically is the dummy soul item. Generally speaking, in other games that I've run, anything that you would have to pay an additional cost for automatically gets relegated to only being allowed in New Game Plus categories. So I would assume, in the case of Fuga, that would be the case with the dummy soul.
I see.
As much as I would love to use the Soul Cannon on a few of the bosses that we're going to see today, I believe it is not considered kosher for the run. All right, try to get my nice efficient menuing here. Gotta love good menuing, right? All my RPG speedrunners out there watching are just like, yes, good menuing. I'd love to see it.
So what you guys just saw happening with these two enemies is one of the prime examples of why Shell Festival is so good. There's a lot of cases where ground enemies will have at least one weakness trigger to a red weapon because they're bigger tanks, so they need to be hit harder. It's the mentality that goes there. And a lot of the air enemies will usually have blue weakness icons for multiple reasons, because they're aerial, so they're harder to hit in general. You know, they're faster, so the idea is that you need a faster gun to catch up to them. And so with moves like Shell Festival, when you have 100% accuracy, it will often kill two mechanical birds with one stone, where it's powerful enough to take out the aerial enemies that tend to have much lower HP, and also delay the enemies on the ground, and it just can trivialize so many of these fights if the enemy layout is correct.
Yep. And I'm actually going to take a quick opportunity here to do a heal because I'm getting a little too close to half health for my comfort. And the reason that's so important is once you fall below half health, even in normal battles, you actually become susceptible to status effects like fear and depression that will really mess up your gameplay if you get them at the wrong time.
For those curious, fear is mostly an accuracy reduction. It just makes your attacks less likely to hit, which can make the battle take even longer. Depression sucks. It prevents you from being able to use any of your skills or link attacks if the person who's depressed is in the front. And it also does not go away until you have talked to them and cheered them up enough for them to leave the depression, which, if you don't know, it can be a little more difficult to get the correct answers on those, and it also uses up your action points during the intermissions.
Yeah, depression is a really difficult thing to manage in this run, so we want to avoid it as much as possible. There's certain bosses that will afflict it, but the thing about if you get it during a boss fight is you're guaranteed an intermission at the beginning of the next chapter. But if you just get it in a random battle in the middle of a chapter, you might have to go 6 or 7 fights without access to Burning Trigger, for example. And it's just, it is no bueno.
Another note, I'm gonna preface this with I could be wrong, but I'm pretty confident on it. Another note, I believe, is that the increased susceptibility to status effects only happens if you take a hit while already below half health. So even with go ahead, you were gonna say something?
I was just gonna say I believe that's right.
Right. So even with a multi-hit attack, it can take you from like 75 to 30% HP over the course of 6 hits on the same attack. But as long as you were above 50% before you took the hit, you will not be at risk of taking a status effect or a status ailment unless the enemy's attack already had a passive chance of causing it.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. But yeah, you definitely need to keep an eye out for that, because the game won't really tell you that you're in danger. But if you've played the game enough, you'll start to realize that, like, oh, I'm in the danger zone now. I need to heal because I do not want to take a bad shot here. And the other one is injury, which isn't actually that big of a deal in the speedrun. But if a character gets injured twice before you get a chance to have them rest in the tank during an intermission, they will just straight up get knocked out until you get to that point.
Shell Festival, I love you so much. It's so good.
Shell Festival is the greatest.
No, but rule of thumb when it comes to your health bar and status ailments is the feline children can take a couple bullets to the face as a treat.
They do have 9 lives after all.
I gotta say, from when I was playing this casually, there was nothing that made me feel better than when I finished a battle gauntlet or a gauntlet of fights, and I was at like 30% health, 50% SP, and then scrolling in from the right side is that little intermission icon, and you see that all the rest of them are just the goodies, the little gold item icons. The number of times that I would just be sitting in the couch going, oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny because I've kind of figured out where most of the waypoints and intermissions and heal points are just from playing the run enough. But like like you said, you'll actually kind of be obscured from what's coming up next in the path. And there were genuinely points when I was playing this game casually where I was just like, okay, if that intermission isn't around this next corner, I am in big trouble. And thankfully, you know, it usually was. But it's just one of those things about this game that is very, very interesting.
Also paying attention to whether the little HP SP icon has a plus next to it before deciding how much to burn on the fight right before it.
Yep, that is also a thing for sure. All right, I'm done upgrading the Tyrannus for now. Everything is level 5, so I'm actually going to go do this, which we haven't done yet. But this is one of my favorite things to do. It's called sleeping.
I saw an image the other day of someone tweeted saying, you know, Fuga has very relatable characters. And there's like 6 kids, and the first 5 all said, I want to sleep.
Yeah.
And the 6th one said, I want to eat apple pie.
They are extremely... I retweeted that. That was a good one. They're very relatable. So sleeping, we're going to start leaning really heavily into that now during the intermissions, basically just because it's free XP. Oh, this is a fun fight. All right, so strategy for this fight is a little bit interesting. I'm going to go ahead and get my party set up the way I want it here. We're going to start with Shelf Festival to take out these top guys. And then I want to inflict the burn status on this other enemy. And I've got a little trick in my back pocket that I didn't have earlier when I was trying to inflict burn. And that is Bad Luck. And what Bad Luck does, it is Chick can inflict Bad Luck. And what it does is it increases your ability to land a status effect by 30%. And it's just a flat reduction, or increase. So instead of a 40% chance of having the flame effect go on this enemy, it's now 70%. And so hopefully we will roll a 7 here. There we go.
And it lasts a long time. Like, I actually can't think of any boss fights where after I applied Bad Luck that it wore off before the end of the fight.
It will eventually wear off, but it takes a long time.
You know, I never thought to use burn on these enemies in order to whittle through their HP bar. I always went for either having Boron stockpiled with his hyper mode so that he could just annihilate their defenses, or setting up so that as soon as the enemy opened up, I could hit their last weakness icon, delay them, and then hopefully stun lock them so that I could do the rest of the damage before they got off their attack.
It depends on the boss. Stun locking is really good on certain bosses, but especially with this one, it's not really posing enough threat to me to have me really be overly concerned about the stun locking, so I would rather just deal all of that extra damage. And every time he takes an action while that flame effect is on, it's dealing 400 damage to him, which if you kind of compare that to, for example, the amount of damage that Hack is doing with Burning Trigger, which is like 500 to 600, it's basically just like a free Burning Trigger every turn, pretty much, so it's extremely good.
Hey, Tempest just joined us.
Nice. And the Bad Luck did wear off here. I'm doing okay with it. I think I'm going to go ahead and just try to get it back on him. Perfect off the 40% chance here. You love to see it.
Oh man, those RNG shots that you take in this game, just in general.
Oh yeah. This should be over before he gets this attack off because he's got the flame and I've got 2 more link attacks that I can dump on him, so.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
I like my odds here. Yep, didn't even need both of them.
The Sonic Mega. Tempest, if you're as big a fan of Fuga as we are, when this is done, you need to go back and watch the VOD because within like the first 30 minutes, we discuss like 3 or 4 different mechanics we'd like to see in the future games that I think are pretty reasonable, and we started getting hyped all over again about this series.
It's a good game to geek out about, for sure. The characters are just so memorable, and the story is really it's very true. It's very raw, but it's like it's very conceivable for me playing this game that if you took a bunch of children and put them in this scenario, they would have to deal with a lot of the same things, and they would bond, and they would do all of the things that they do in the game. So
I was going to wait until later in this game to bring this up, but
Yeah.
you saying that made this a perfect segue.
yes,
One of the things that I enjoy the most about the mentality of this game and the mentality that it instills in the player, I mean, now I know that it's possible to do the true ending while doing mostly easy routes, but as someone who did the hard routes, you know, it got to a point. All right, there's so much I can talk about this game. One of the first things I learned in between chapters is that there's no way to check how much of an item that you have easily when you go, or how much you need to upgrade certain parts of the Tyrannus.
yeah,
So when you go to town and you're trying to figure out, you know, how much do I need in order to do this next upgrade, and you're trading items with one of the merchants, it's actually in your best interest to take notes of your inventory,
Yep.
much like that I would imagine soldiers in wartime would want to take stock before they went into town to restock on things. And then as you're working your way through the chapters and you're doing these battles, if you want to survive, especially on the harder routes, and get access to these better materials, get access to more items to make the later chapters easier,
Yep.
you have to get very diligent about what the enemy's weakness is, you know, what skills are more useful for what situations. All this to say that without realizing it, you end up getting into this mentality of, all right, what is just the most efficient way to kill everything that's in front of me?
Yeah.
Which it has two effects. One is it feeds right into the mentality of this game being based around war, of in order for the kids to be successful, in order for all of them to stay alive, they effectively have to become slaughterers, you know? They have
yeah.
to become
Well, and like,
emotion-
and you actually see that reaction like right at the very beginning of the game. Because right after the first boss fight, I think one of the characters is just like, oh my god, we just killed someone.
It's even alluded to when you do New Game Plus. You aren't forced to use the cannon. You can actually just go through the fight normally and destroy them on the first pass. And I believe one of the characters remarks on the fact that without even, you know, hesitating, that they just obliterated them in order to continue with their mission.
Yeah.
And I just think it's really interesting that in order to succeed, the player has to adopt the same, honestly, slightly concerning mindset that the kids comment on throughout the course of the game.
Yeah. No, I think you're exactly right, and I think it also makes the softer moments much more meaningful as well, because you see that they have to do certain things in order to survive, but then they also are just like still children at the end of the day. And they act the way you would expect children to act too, around each other. Just a quick comment, gameplay note here. So we just got the character Jean, who for me is my favorite character in the game. I really like Jean quite a bit. Unfortunately, Jean is not used that much in the true ending speedrun anymore with the route that I'm currently running. But this is the one spot where we are actually going to take a normal battle so I can go into these ruins, because I should be able to accumulate the rest of the materials I need to upgrade the Tyrannus past my current max, which is capped out at level 5. Once I get that next upgrade level, I'll be able to go all the way up to level 10. Not right away, but if I waited until the next sort of opportune moment to do this, it wouldn't be until Chapter 8. And we've got some really scary boss fights between now and Chapter 8, and I do not want to wait to upgrade my weapons and armor and such anymore.
Mechanically, he's okay. Like, at least when he first shows up and he gets access to that AoE skill that has a chance to apply smoke to all enemies that it hits, it can really help with some of those fights with more enemies. The problem being that it only applies to ground enemies. He can't hit everyone.
Yeah.
So if your goal is to inflict smoke on everybody, Hannah eventually learns a skill that's much better for that purpose. Or it's better to use Chick for the chance of shocking the enemy so that they just don't get the opportunity to attack in the first place.
Yes, that is. You kind of have to lean into those strategies a little bit more. So the good news is, RNG-wise, I needed 8 blueprints, and I got the required number of blueprints out of that. I might be 1 item short on the tool front, so I'm gonna have to double check that. in a little bit here when I get to this next section, or when I get to this next intermission, because I'm hoping that I'm good enough to upgrade, but I'm not 100% sure I got everything that I need. Usually you're short on blueprints, you're not short on the other, so I'll have to check on that here in a minute. But in the meantime, Kyle learned Piercing Shot too, which is really nice. Bahamut, do you have any donations or anything that you want to read? This is going to be a couple string of battles here.
Actually, yes, I have a few donations. First, we have $5 from the Firebird level. Hey, Blaze, as a reminder, you sacrificed socks to the Soul Cannon the first time you played this game. Secondly, we have $25 from Gundam Pilot Spaz. Here's to help Blaze fight depression in this run. And lastly, we have $20 from Cord Gurla with no comment. Thank you all for your donations.
In my defense, Punchy told me to, because that's what his route said to do. But also that is accurate, and I actually think when I get back, I haven't actually ran normal ending in a while, but I think when I go back to normal ending, I'm actually going to incorporate some of the strategies from this run, and I probably will not put socks into the Soul Cannon, at least for a little while longer than I do in my current PB in that category. So, good news for socks. All right, we are rolling through here. Got some pretty tough bosses coming up as well, so we'll have that. The bosses will get progressively harder over the course of the run too. There's a couple that are tricky just to execute well, like that Chapter 2 boss that I fought, where I was like, this is a pretty scary fight. But later on, it's not going to be quite so much that as it is just that they can legitimately kill me, which is not something that happens a lot early on in the run. So I'm using Gene at this part of the run as well a little bit because he has this ability called Minefield, which Sox doesn't learn for a little while still. Sox eventually will learn it, and it is very useful. But I'm running into all of these ground enemies that just have one yellow shield, and a Minefield will just take them out perfectly. Chef's kiss. So we're going to be doing some of that. Couple swaps here to shred this guy's armor, and then Hack will be very efficient against this guy. I just remembered I have Piercing Shot too. Oh well. I'm using Kyle more now than I used to in earlier iterations of this run also. So sometimes I forget that just how good he is, and like that's part of the reason I'm swapping him in. Characters, when they join, have slightly different XP levels as well, so that's one of the reasons why we've used Gene a lot in the run historically, is because he joins at a higher level than you can get any of your starting characters to, pretty much. But it is definitely better to use Sox for the status effects, even though he's a little bit of a late bloomer in terms of levels and damage and catching up to him that way. So we fought one of these guys as a boss before at the end of Chapter 4. This fight's going to look a little bit different because I just want to get rid of his armor. I don't have time for him to wait around and open up and let me wail on him. We're just going to go ahead and crack him like a little bit of an egg here.
Firebird mentioning in chat that there's a kill everyone run, but it's not speedy at all. I am genuinely interested to know if it's possible to do a kill everyone run with all kids as the final remaining member. or if it's only possible with certain kids from a new file.
Well, you did a run where you got like the super special ending, right? Where you sacrificed Borin to the final boss.
Correct.
Yeah. That is a very rare thing that you accomplished, my friend.
I believe it's only possible. No, it's possible if you keep at least one of the kids alive. I'm lying. If you want to sacrifice a child every single chapter, you will need the dummy skull in order to make that happen.
Okay.
Otherwise, you just need 2 kids, and I believe I used it was either Kylan Boron or Boron and Brit. I think it was Brit for stun and Boron for damage.
Yeah, it gets tough, for sure. You might want to, Sean, just really quick, you might want to quit and rejoin Discord because you're getting a little bit distorted as the run's going along, at least in my ears.
Okay.
I don't know if it's everybody, but that might fix things. I don't know. But either way.
Sure. Chat, let me know if I'm suddenly getting glitchy, and I'll go ahead and rejoin, and we'll keep it in mind for the future.
Robot. You're a little robot. Hopefully it'll get fixed, though. Okay. Yeah, I can't upgrade the workshop yet, so I do actually have to go do the ruins again. But I'm only looking for 1 item, so hopefully I'll just get it right away, and I can just quit out again. And hopefully I'll get the same layout again, too.
All right. Is this any better?
I mean, it sounds fine for now. We'll have to give it a few minutes. Sometimes Discord does Discord things. I don't think it's just me, so sometimes that also happens.
Well, I'll have to keep it in mind for my stream tonight as well, because if it's something where if this is on for long enough that it starts to get gritty, I'm going to want to keep tabs on that.
Yeah, I suspect it's Discord, but definitely something to keep tabs on. I don't know what chat's saying, so.
They said it was a little bit of robot, so it wasn't just you.
Okay. Okay, got the basic tools. Good. That's what I needed. I needed all that for 1 basic tools. On the plus side, I did get Sheena some XP there, so that's good. But yeah, now I can expand to level 3 of the workshop, and now I can start leveling up all of my parts of the Tyrannus past level 5, which is perfect. And in celebration, I'm going to go take a nap. Actually, 2 naps. All right, and back to battle. But you really start to layer the XP onto your 2 best characters, who are Borin and Hack. And every time a character levels up, they get faster and they get stronger. So it's pretty much a no-brainer that way. That's not quite right. At a certain
thing I'm secretly hoping, and the one thing, or one of the things I really enjoy about any game that has a large cast, typically over 10 people, is the inevitable something big happens that separates all of us, and the player goes through like 2 or 3 different acts with a different group of like 3 to 4 characters before they all finally meet up in the 4th act, and that's like that's the 2nd third of the game or something like that. I would be really eager to see characters get unique interactions with each other when they're forced to be in a smaller company for a portion of the game.
Yeah. Maybe not for the better necessarily.
And it's super easy to set that up too, since the events of this first game in the true ending have the islands being split up, you know, as much as they are. So it's super easy for them to be like, yeah, we're gonna go check out what's happening over on this island. You guys go scout over here.
Yeah. I'm also a little bit annoyed because I just got a basic tools as a loot drop from that first fight that I did, but it happens.
What would be really interesting is if the player is prompted to pick which characters go with which group. Because there's all kinds of combinations you can make with that.
That would be good. That would be good. One of the things about this run that has been a little bit tricky for me to learn, and I'm still getting better, there's obviously a lot of improvisation, especially if you just miss on an attack, for example. Or if you get bad RNG like I did with the not getting the basic tools. That's a little bit different, but you really do have to think on your toes a lot in this run, and it's one of the things that I really enjoy about it. It's never going to be the same every time you play. There's always going to be little wrinkles or different things that happen that maybe you wouldn't necessarily expect. So, but one thing in particular is, as I'm doing this right now, but generally speaking, you don't want to swap characters around unless you have to, because that menu is kind of slow. So as much as possible, you want to stay out of there, but sometimes you just sort of need to get in there and do it. Come on, random critical. Oh. You still got 2 armor anyway. Always burning trigger. We got any new donations or anything, Bahamut?
No new donations right now.
How are we doing on, I think there's like a, isn't there a goal or something that we're trying to meet for one of the Castlevania runs later?
Yes. We have a Castlevania Order of Escalia glitch showcase. We are currently at $111 on a 5-pointer, so we have a ways to go. So get your donations in if you want to see that showcase.
Let's definitely make sure that we meet that by the end of this run. I think that'll be a good. It's a Castlevania run. It's going to be a good time. So.
Oh, always.
Yeah.
I want a one-to-one realistic Castlevania run where every time they take chicken out from the wall, someone at the venue brings them a chicken and they have to eat it before they're allowed to continue with the run.
That would definitely take a while. But it would be.
Maybe we can.
It'd be bad
we
for
can
your
scale it down.
cholesterol too. There's a lot of wall chicken in those games.
We can make it like a single chicken wing or chicken finger or something like that.
Okay. Sounds good. One of my roommates all went and got canes before my run, and I had to bow out of getting canes, and it hurt a little bit, I'm not gonna lie.
I never really understood the hype of canes, and I might have ticked off a bunch of people by saying that, but...
Well, I haven't had a chance to try it yet, so I couldn't really even tell you. Oh, it's all good. Can't really go wrong with chicken, though. All right, we're rolling right along here through Chapter 5. What's up? What's up?
I thought I was done with this game, but watching you play this and watching the end of battle screen, like, there's that part of me that just wants to go back and play it again.
Oh, yeah.
Even though I've done everything there is to do, and I still want to go back.
I have not done everything that there is to do in this game, and I definitely want to finish all that off at some point. There's all the special cutscenes. I don't have all of those yet. And then your super special ending where you have no surviving children. I want to get that at some point. I think that would be a lot of fun. Well, not fun, but
put
like
together
memorable.
A list yet of what unlocks the gears?
I think it's the special cutscenes that you get from the intermissions when they don't. Well, when you look at the journal and they're ... I think that's where you get those from. Someone will correct me, probably if I'm wrong on that, but I think that's where they come
Yeah,
from.
because I don't think I ever saw all of the special cutscenes, but I did manage, because I know everyone knows that you get one for beating the game. I think you get one for getting rank 10 relationship with everybody, and it was theorized that one of them was for doing scrap fishing 50 times or something like that, but I still haven't seen like a collective list online of here's what each cog is unlocking through.
Okay, well, someone definitely needs to get on that, because I'm sure somebody out there knows.
The fact that it happened just by chance on my God Boron stream was the greatest unexpected blessing I could have asked for.
All right, this is a legitimate actual mini boss fight here, pretty much. So, let's see. We are getting close to the Chapter 5 boss, though. Okay, good. I did get rid of all of them. we're going to do basically the same strategy that I did last time I had to fight one of these, which is we'll go ahead and take care of this armor and then try to end it before the thing actually opens. So I'm going to go ahead and swap you two, and then that's fine. Kyle has piercing shot 2 already, so that's definitely the ideal thing to have right now. This boss coming up is actually a little bit scary too, so I'm kind of mentally already thinking about that. But go ahead, Sean.
Would you say that the single biggest factor for time saving is effective menuing in this game when it comes to switching children and checking the turn order and stuff like that?
It's definitely efficient menuing. There is you wouldn't think so looking at it, but there is an awful lot of RNG in this game. The status effects are a big one. There's also just whether you get criticals or not. Like, the more criticals you get, the faster the run is going to go. So it's a lot of stuff like that, I would say. But menuing is extremely important as well. Not to
there you go.
Take anything away from that.
There you go. We had 2 of those attacks where the enemy's little HP nugget did not budge.
Yeah.
Ugh, that drives me crazy.
Yeah. Bourne is like 1 XP short. Well, I'll get it in the intermission anyway, so. But yeah, we're coming up on the Chapter 5 boss fight. This is our first of 2 fights with, her name is Flam. She is the daughter of Colonel Pretzel, who I dispatched in Chapter 1 rather unceremoniously. She has a temper. And this is going to be the first boss where I really want to lay down like a good stun lock, because she has an incredibly good ability, like attack ability, that I do not want to have to. I do not want it coming at me. So.
Is it the one that hits 9 times, or?
That is one of them. She's got one of the countdown abilities, so we're just mostly going to be trying to avoid that. But yeah, this will be the first battle in a while where I've been trying to do the stun lock, so we'll see how that goes. I'm going to have, I believe, a 70% chance to stun over and over again, so. Here we go. Also, she killed Jean's dad, so we are not very happy with her right now. She has the similar tank. Oh, I have a really slow party right now. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. We're actually just going to put you in for now. So we're going to go with the bad luck into shock combo and hopefully start to do some of that here. Yeah, 70% chance to stun. There we go. Oops, and then I want to link attack. Start working on some of that armor. Also, Boren's link attack will take out the tower every time, so that's a really good way to start the fight off. The annoying thing about this fight, the way it's going to come together, is I'm going to have to reapply the stun every single turn, because it's only going to last for 1 turn. So it is truly like a stun lock in order to get it down. So hopefully I will get some good dice rolls here. Yeah, I just missed, of course, but we'll hope for the best here. If it's not working out, I'll just have to kind of take it slow in the second half of the fight. But the fight will go the fastest if I can keep this stun lock. So. You're killing me, Socks. All right, now that the armor's all gone, I can put Boren back in, because he's just going to deal more raw damage here. There you go. Good job, buddy.
I love that music so much.
There's a nice critical from the burning trigger. So, I mean, you can kind of see just how this goes if you can keep the stun lock going. The main part of the tank, which is the part I have to destroy, is already almost dead. That was a misclick, basically. It'll be fine. Because I'm getting to the point where I should be able to just use my link attacks once it pops back up. Especially if I get another stun there, so that's good. Alright, so I'm going to swap and do 2 link attacks now. I'm actually going to swap hack out just on the off chance I have to do more burning trigger. But I'm going to use this one. Yeah, I repaired the armor, unfortunately, but it's at such low life at this point, it's not going to matter. And hopefully this Shell Festival will finish it off. Yep. See, it had that sliver, Sean, and then it died to like 80 hit points.
It's the worst.
I know.
I think I genuinely had one of them that was at 7 left at some point.
Yeah, it's just a little... And the other thing about it is you can actually... The game does allow you to check status at any point during the fight. So you can always check to see just how many hit points the boss has and how much it has left. So you can definitely run into those scenarios where you would look and see, like you said, that it had like 7 hit points left. And that's a little bit annoying, to say the least. So, all right. So that's our first fight with her. That went extremely well. Chapter 5. Look at these 2 troublemakers pulling a prank on poor Gene here while he's taking a nap. All right. And we are rolling along to Chapter 6. Do we have any donations or anything?
Yes, we do. We have one donation from Hollow Hero for $5. I think they should put Incineroar in Fuga and simply let him suplex the enemy techs. Good luck on the run.
That would be great. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for all the donations so far. This is Wappa. This is the character that Sean, you and I have opinions about that are decidedly different.
Listen, Wappa reminds me of my wife, who is equally short, red-headed, and energetic. So I am contractually obligated as part of my marriage to prefer her over everyone else.
I feel like this explains a lot. All right, fair enough. But yeah, we're not going to use Wappa at all the entire run. So there you go. That's your little introduction to Wappa. She's kind of bossy. Back to napping. I do like the little differences in like the background. Again, just a lot of the art, and there's a lot of care put into like the art and music of this game, which I find really, really nice. So gotta get my characters back in order here to start off the new chapter. She almost has piercing shot too, which will be very nice also once that is done. You don't have to always get rid of all of the armor, but it does tend to make the fights go faster. So when in doubt, you generally want to just remove another layer of armor. Oh, this is my favorite use of Shell Festival in the entire run. Hold on. See those 6 enemies? This is going to be so satisfying.
Yes. Oh, enjoy these explosions. I'm maxing, I'm full screening this.
There they go. Explosions! I did that.
Oh, it's so good.
Yep. And Sheena is exactly like 1 XP away from level 17 where she'll learn Piercing Shot 2, and that'll be great. Oh, these enemies, we haven't seen these yet. These are very annoying. We're going to get rid of them right away, but they have probably the single longest animation when they do. They summon other enemies, they summon reinforcements. So if you let them do their thing, they will definitely take up about a minute of your run calling for help. Alright. There's that ability that I've been so excited about getting, so things are coming together nicely, I would say. So I have a question for you, Sean. I have a couple of these that I sort of thought of, things that we could talk about over the course of the run.
Sure.
So we
Go
talked
ahead.
about the characters and how they have support abilities, right? So I want you to think about yourself, and chat, you can do this too. What would your support ability be if you were in the tank and you were helping out the person in front of you? What would your support
If
ability
I was
be?
the secondary on the gun.
Yes.
That is a good question.
Might have to think about it for a little bit, right?
Well, the one that immediately came to mind is that there was a percent chance that when a skill is used, it will only cost half the SP.
Okay.
And that chance would improve as the relationship goes up.
Okay. That's pretty good. I want to think of some new ones. That's kind of where I'm at right now. So I'm going to think about that a little bit. I only thought of the question. I didn't think of my answer. So, you know.
Or I'd probably be, I'd have it be chaos-based.
Okay.
You know how Socks, or there's like either a link attack or one of Socks' abilities that can apply any one of 3 status effects when it hits the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
So mine might be like intermittent chaos or like order to chaos or whatever. And the basic gist is that it is a very, very low chance, but there is a chance of applying a status effect off of a normal attack.
Okay. Yeah, that seems like it would be very powerful. Not a bad thing.
Right, and I'm saying it would probably be, I mean, it would be affected by the enemy's resistance, but it would probably be, like, maybe it's a flat 1 to 3% for each level of affinity, and then, so even when it's at level 10, it's a base 30, but with the enemy's resistance, it may only be 5 or 10%.
Okay. I like it.
Let me see what chat says, because I forgot you guys can't check. Boomsday says positive status effects are doubled for the character they're paired with.
Ooh.
So as the partner, they wouldn't be able to buff them, and they wouldn't be able to participate in the fight. But obviously, if the person they're paired with has a self buff, or if they have a party-wide buff, it would affect them more than anyone else. I like that. I think that's cool. Or current food status effects would be doubled for that character.
Yeah, I was thinking food for mine also. Like it would. I think exactly what the person in chat just said. It would increase the positive impact of any food that they had eaten. 'Cause I don't know. I like food. I feel like food based would be a good way to go.
How would you feel if there was one that just if when paired with that character, status effects applied last longer? Only if they are applied by the character who's paired with that person.
I would like that. That would be good. That would probably also be pretty broken, but it would be good. I actually need to use an energy cell here because I'm almost out of
Rift
SP.
says partner cannot be affected by fear. Isn't there one like that in the game already, or is that just depression? I think Jin's is like that it reduces the chance of getting afflicted with fear or depression.
That sounds right to me. Yeah. Okay, we'll do that. Got a little twisted around and stuff here because of running out of SP. That will happen occasionally. I was thinking to myself in the fight before, I should use an energy cell before moving on to the next one. I didn't realize it was going to immediately impact me the way that it did, but it happens.
Do we get any use out of May's multi-target ability that removes 1 armor from everyone towards the end of this run?
No.
Really?
Nope. She's too low level. I mean, you could use it, but it would it wouldn't be worth it. It's better just to take them one at a time. All right. So we're coming up on the halfway point here. I will get a heal after this, which is before this intermission, which is nice. Although coming out of it, I've got 5 fights in a row, so I'm almost certainly going to have to use at least 1 more energy cell to get through those 2 optimally. So I'm already kind of thinking about that in my head a little bit. But then there's another green square after those fights, so I'll get a little back. But I'm going to almost certainly need to find a good time to use an energy cell. One of the tricky things about using items, particular for the run, is we talked about how Hack always has to use Burning Trigger. That includes items. Hack cannot use items. Hack can't defend. If he does anything other than Burning Trigger, he loses that damage bonus. So it does get a little bit tricky at times.
You said even if he uses defend.
Yep, if he uses defend, he will also lose it. So
What about a normal attack?
yes, he'll lose it to absolutely anything.
Oh, God.
You have to be very vigilant, and basically if you want to use something else, you have to swap him out, which I don't know if I went over that earlier. So the way the rules for swapping characters in battle work, you only get to swap characters once every 3 turns. You can cheat a little bit in between battles, whereas, okay, this is actually perfect. So what I want to do, because I'm going to use that energy cell right now, I still want Sheena to go first, but I want her to go, well, I want her to go second. By first, I mean second, but I'm going to let Borin use the energy cell here so that Hack doesn't lose his Burning Trigger bonus. And then Sheena can attack and delay, and then Hack should be able to finish it off with Burning Trigger. And now I should be healthy for these next, oh, he missed. What a jerk. Well, he's actually been doing pretty good so far, so I'm not going to be mad at Hack just yet, but Hack does occasionally pick moments that it's like, could you just not miss right now? And
Language?
yeah, Shell Festival costs a lot of SP, and we like to use it a lot, so. The well has run dry a little bit here. And even just to do that little sliver of damage there, it's better just to use Burning Trigger. Because if I start swapping around characters and mixing, you know, putting somebody else first, it just takes more time. Swapping characters takes time, so we just don't want to do it very often unless we kind of feel compelled to or like we have to, so. One shot. Bad technique though, he was a yellow shield. Oh well. Oh, this is a fight. The annoying thing is this will probably not kill anything. Oh, it did, because I got a couple criticals in there, but... Well, that's good. This is some tough enemies right now, but we managed to take a few of them out. Characters will also get more XP if they're, or they'll get the, I believe the way it works is they get the percentage bonus if they actually take part in the battle, whereas if your character is not in battle at all, they just get the base XP regardless. So it's important to only use, like, the characters that I'm going to be using. Everybody else will start to kind of fall behind just because of that. This is going well, though. We're not even to 2 hours yet, and I'm already almost on the chapter 6. So I like how this run has started so far. gonna have to do this in kind of a bad order just because of the way things sort of initially started out, but I would have liked to have taken out 2 of those armor first, but it just wasn't possible based on my turn order. And now I'm just gonna let it ride. I'll just kind of use basic attacks instead, I think. Those things are gonna get it. All right. All the leveling up makes this category take longer. If only I had put some of these children in the soul cannon. They would be gaining so much XP. Yeah, we're doing good though. So the next sort of benchmark that I am going for, during the intermissions at least, is I am getting Borin closer to level 30. At level 30, Borin learns his sort of ultimate attack. It's called Megaton Blast. He does learn stuff after that, but it doesn't matter. We're not going to use it. It comes at a slightly higher level. But Megaton Blast is the good stuff, so we're gonna be focusing on getting to that as quickly as possible. Other than doing our weapon upgrades when we get the chance, as well as we're gonna get our last character in the next chapter, and I will need to take some time to level up his relationships because he's kind of a special character in the grand scheme of the game. So, oh wow, I got very, very delayed there. That was annoying. All right, I'm gonna have to kind of slog through this fight a little bit, unfortunately. Hopefully this will just one-shot this guy on the ground, though. Yes, very nicely done. Nice critical. Can he do it again? Come on, Wonder Child. Okay, no critical, but it's still down, so very good. Alright, and then this is our last series of fights for Chapter 6, and then we will be on to the Chapter 6 boss, who is not that bad, really. Okay, I'm going to need to actually use another item here. So I'm running low on SP again. So I want to get the proper turn order. I want Sheena to use the energy cell. Whoop, not a repair kit, energy cell. There we go. And then Borin can do Borin things, and we'll be on to the next fight. Oof, yeah, because this is a tough fight. Let's do this. Let's get rid of all these annoying flying guys with Borin. One of the things the game does kind of trick you into a little bit if you're playing it casually is you just start to think about like having to use certain characters to do the color matching, and you really don't most of the time. So like it definitely helps, and it's a good sort of guide marker to be able to say that, oh, a blue attack is going to be the best against this one, but it's certainly not the way it has to be. So
something a lot of people also don't know is when this game first released, as you might show when he's going into the menu to switch kids around, when you go into the menu, you're not able to see the weakness icons of the enemy anymore. Yep. And so there may be cases where you're like, oh wait, did this enemy have 2 yellow and 1 red, 2 red and 1 yellow? I don't know. And you'd want to go back and check. Well, in the original release of the game, if you moved any of the kids around, you only had two options. You either had to go back to battle and confirm the choices you made, which would lock you in regardless, or you had to try and remember the exact positions of the kids
I remember this,
as they started, because that was the only way that it would let you cancel back out to the battle, because you were pushing the same button to go back to the battle. If it was the same, you didn't use up the turn, or you didn't use up the ability to switch around.
Yeah.
So,
because you can kind of like cancel. You can kind of like cancel out and be like, "Oh no, I changed my mind. I don't want to be in this.
Right.
I don't want to swap." But
so,
it's yeah.
So I want to give kudos to the development team, because one of the I know I wouldn't have been the only one, but it was one of the only things that I contacted their customer support about. I said, "Hey, if you could implement a way that we can just like cancel everything and go back to the fight and reset all of our positions, if we can't remember what it was, that would be great." And like less than 2 weeks after I submitted that request, they patched the game to include that quality of life update, and it made such a difference. So thank you, CyberConnect, and whoever was responsible for putting that in.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. All right, this is the Chapter 6 boss. This is the drill. These are terrifying when you're playing the game casually. They're not a lot of fun. And thankfully... Oh, this is good. Okay, so swap there and there. That's the correct order I want. Thankfully, with the speedrun and using sunlocking, hopefully the drill won't go off.
Oh, these guys.
Yeah, you just sort of hear the forlorn nature in Sean's voice there. So if that drill goes off, it is bad times.
The first time I lost a run was, I think, in this chapter, just because I underestimated how much damage that drill could do. The second time was because I fought two of them at once, and I was trying to stun lock one of them so that I could kill them. The last hit failed to kill, and then both of them hit me with their drill attack, which took me from 80% HP to 0.
Yep. Yeah, they hurt, and they injure you. So I unfortunately did miss a stun here. If I miss another one, I'm gonna take this nasty attack. It's not a huge deal, but I would like to avoid it if possible. So come on, Socks, don't let me down. Well, I also have this, but yeah. I'm going to get one more shot at it. Come on, Socks. Yes, good job, buddy. He might still get the attack off. But yeah, darn it, he did. Yeah, because I missed those couple stuns earlier in the fight. So yeah, they do that, and ow, as you might expect. It's truthfully not that big of a deal, because I was going to sleep during the next intermission anyway, but I do have to get rid of that injured status. It's not preferred, but that... Sometimes the stun locks, sometimes you just miss your rolls, and that still went pretty well, honestly. Again, kind of like the Jackal boss that we saw in Chapter 2 and the Dome boss that we saw in Chapter 4, we will see more of the drill enemies just sort of randomly scattered throughout the rest of the game as well. Always popping up at annoying moments where it's like, don't hurt me. Don't you do it, drill guy. Do not want to deal with that right now, so... thankfully, that is the toughest one, though. All right, and we are at the start of a new chapter. Bahamut, do we have any donations or anything, any announcements to read?
No new donations, but I'd like to talk about a couple other bid wars we have besides the upcoming Castlevania glitch showcase. We have a bid war to choose Hello Kitty's clothing for that game, and then later tonight, we also have Deltarune. We get to determine the file name, and we currently do not have any file names for Deltarune. So if you want to have your, funny or special file name for Deltarune, get your donations in. It's currently wide open.
All right, thank you. So we're just going to sleep again. This chapter is actually a... This is a pretty tough part of the run. Whoops. I need to... Socks, where are you? There we go. Go take a nap, Socks. The sleeping gets rid of that injured status, so... And that's all I was planning to do anyway, so it worked out just fine. Before the next intermission, we are going to get the final character, Brits. And after that, Brits is kind of has some requirements that you need to meet in order to complete the game with the true ending. So we'll be kind of focusing on that pretty much right away. And also, I need to use Jean again because these smoke enemies are terrible, and I do not want them touching me. So the enemies up front here that have they have like the gas tanks, they can inflict status ailments on you basically at will. We talked about how bad depression was earlier. We thankfully have not had to actually deal with it yet, but they can just sort of randomly inflict depression on you, and it is not a good time if that happens. So I'm going to be very, very aggressive about clearing those guys out. And this is the first chapter where you see those enemies, so that's kind of why it's a... You'll see them afterwards as well, but chapter 7 is sort of where it gets real in that regard. Gonna knock out the armor on these, and then... There, that looks good. They can also inflict fear, but they kind of come along with a really, really nasty boss in this chapter. This is actually, this chapter 7 boss is the nastiest boss in the run, in my opinion, so hopefully he is not going to give us too much trouble. We'll see here in a little bit. There's also a dog who thinks he's a cat, so that tells you everything you need to know, kind of.
Oh, I hate this.
Or I'm sorry,
so
he's
much.
a cat that thinks he's a dog. I had that backwards.
I despise this man.
Who does that, right? I need to change party members again. Because I need to get rid of the armor on this. Whoop. Get rid of the armor on this guy, then Shell Festival both of them, and then I'll be good. Borin also learned his 5th ability called Overload. You will see me use Overload every once in a while throughout the run. Overload is it's a massive single target attack that will inflict fear on Borin, but thankfully Borin already has such a native accuracy bonus from being paired with Kyle that it sometimes doesn't even matter, and you just get this really nice gigantic attack out of the deal.
I tried to make use of this during my playthrough, but I swear that fear status that it inflicts lasts a lot longer than the 3 turns that it normally takes, because it just felt like it never went away after it applied to him.
You ideally want to do it at the end of a fight, because fear doesn't carry over between fights also.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a permanent fear for the remainder of the fight.
That could be. I could see that. Because otherwise you could also just do it and then swap him out, and then it would wear off. And that is a thing that you can do, actually, but a little bit of a way to manipulate the game. It wouldn't make sense to do that in the speedrun, but you can definitely, like I was saying just a second ago, you can kind of use it at the end of fights, and it's going to be pretty good in that setting. I love these upside down wolf statues too. They are pretty great. Let's do delay. I'm a little bit worried about my SP right now, so I'm trying to figure out the best way of managing that. But I think for this fight, I'm okay. And I got one more, and then I get another refill, so... And Borin's creeping up in his levels as well. He's already up to level 25. Again, the magic number there is 30. After I hit level 30, I actually will not do anything during the intermissions anymore. I will actually just quit back out of them and go straight back to the action, other than doing upgrades, so... Alright, let's see... Yeah, this fight, I'm gonna need to... Okay, so I need to swap here... Okay, that's fine, and then she needs to use an energy cell. Should work just fine. Yep.
So I gotta ask, what is...
Yeah.
You may, I'll just ask it. What is your favorite voice quote, child? Like, which one has produced the quote that you enjoy hearing the most?
Oh, it's definitely Hack. Hack has the best,
Bataboom?
Yeah, I like the French, when he uses Burning Trigger and he just goes boom, boom, boom. And then some of the other ones that he gets
Are you sure that's not Stockholm Syndrome from being forced to listen to it so much in order to do your speedrun?
Thankfully, I've only run the game a couple times with the French language, but it's definitely the part that sticks with you, I will say. How about for you? Also, I have a funny story about the French and the Japanese voice actors that you might also already be aware of, but we can get back to that in a second.
It is a constant balance. I mean, I only heard it in French, but it is a constant balance between Hack going boom and Wappa just doing her you know, just like one of her like shouts that she does in battle.
Yeah.
Made her sound like a Pokemon singer. Just then.
So we just got Brits. Brits is the optimal blue weapon user in this run. He is incredibly powerful. He also comes with all of the best abilities. Plus he also, oh no, the depression gas is coming. Don't do it. That is the worst possible thing that could have happened there. Oh well. I think I'm pretty close to the intermission, but that was really bad RNG. Okay. So Brits already comes with all of the abilities that I've been sort of jonesing for with Sheena. He also comes with a shock ability that he frankly has no right having. It's pretty amazing that he has it. Oh shoot, what am I doing? I'm attacking you. So he's going to just fill a variety of roles really, really nicely for me for the rest of the run now. Except for the one chapter where he leaves because he's having some feels. So I'm just going to use Chick to get through these last couple encounters. I'm not going to try to like do anything too off the wall with losing Hack here, unfortunately. It is going to slow me down a little bit, but there's just not really anything I can do about it. So Bahamut, anything to read at the moment?
Nothing to read right now, but I can do a little blurb if you got a minute.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mid-Spring Speedfling 2022 is a hybrid marathon with an on-site portion taking place at VGM Con Liftoff in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Every April, VGM Con hosts a celebration of video games and music, including live performances, open jam spaces, panels hosted by industry professionals, open gaming, indie developer showcases, and more. Midwest Speedfest would like to thank VGM Con for their support and generosity in helping us put on an event. To learn more about them, go to vgmcon.org.
Something real clear that time.
Bahamut is being very vigilant and masking during his shift, and I appreciate that. So So one interesting little wrinkle here, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but we need to get rid of the, oh shoot, I thought that was, I don't know what they look like in these samurai outfits yet. I need to cure the depression. There's that little sad boy. So I cheered him up.
What my family says every time I join them for dinner.
Nice. So Brits has some requirements in order to get the good end or the true ending. Basically, to just rejoin your party, generally speaking. And those requirements are he has to have. Well, there's actually 2 different ways that you can do it, but the one that's the best for the speedrun is you get 2 level 10 relationships and 1 level 2 relationship. So the first one that we are going to build is Brits and Sheena, because they are going to be a really nice duo in that 3rd cannon position, or that 3rd gun position on the tank. And then the second one is going to be with Socks, because he's the other character that I'm kind of using the most, and we'll continue to use the most throughout the rest of the run. We'll work on that one a little bit more later. For right now, Sheena is the top priority. But the nice thing, well, I shouldn't say the nice thing, but the part of Hack having the depression that didn't really slow me down all that much is he also has to get another level 2 relationship with a 3rd character. And when you talk, the way that you cure the depression is by talking to a character. So that gave me sort of like my target for that 3rd character. I can just have him talk to Hack now because I already built a little bit of that meter while I was curing the depression status there. Sheena is tricky. I never know exactly what to say to Sheena, but we got there. And Hack is feeling better, so he's going to be able to use his burning trigger again, thankfully. I don't know if it's going to drop the bonus or not. I guess we'll find that out here in a minute. Because I don't think I took any actions with him. I have to kind of take a second here just to sort of get my party back in order. That wasn't terrible. Okay. Boren got delayed even though he was last in the turn order, and he's going to go like sometime on Sunday afternoon, I think. That's when his next turn will be. Not quite that bad, I was exaggerating. I'm going to go ahead and use another energy cell here because I'm running very low on SP again. Keep it flowing here. The dam is about to break on my my reactor upgrades, so that's going to be really nice. I'll have a much greater pool here in a second.
I remember that specific gap when it just felt like for like 2 or 3 chapters that you just weren't getting the item drop that you needed to finish it off, and then as soon as that one opens, you get like 2 or 3 more levels in it all at once.
Yeah, yep. It goes quick after that point. It's actually the items I got right before that intermission too. So I'm pretty sure if I had been prioritizing it, I could have actually done them during that last intermission, but I was already running around talking to everybody with Brits, and it felt like it was a better use of my time just to continue with that for that intermission. We'll see, though. If I spend this entire next segment running out of SP over and over again, that's going to get kind of annoying, but we'll get there one way or another. Oh, actually, hold on. I did this wrong. I actually need you to go first. And by you, I mean Brits. Because I'm going to need to use another thingamajig. Oh, no. Hold on. See, this is the thing that... I don't remember how much SP I have. I think I just need to leave it like this. Okay, good. I did remember that correctly. I almost quit back out to use Boren, and I wasn't going to have enough SP for Boren to do anything, so that would have been bad. Now Borin can do things.
怖くないぞ。
Wow.
What happened?
Oh, Hack missed. I blame the rain. I'm gonna give him a pass. It's because it's raining out.
The rain NG.
Yes, rain RNG. Not really. But I'm gonna go with it.
RNG.
All right.
怖くないぞ。
The other interesting thing about so I'm gonna have Sox and Sheena and Brits and Sheena, and some of the chapters will get long enough, or I'll use both of them enough to the point where I will actually build a link attack with both Sheena and Sox and Sheena and Brits. And when you get to the boss in that case, it's really nice because you just get an additional gigantic attack to lob at the boss, which is very, very helpful in some of the later, harder boss fights in the run. Oof. Oh, I don't like you anymore, these guys. Did you? Okay, Sox finally learned Minefield. Thank goodness. I knew he was getting close. So now I can actually use him and build that meter that I was talking about instead of putting Jean back in.
どっかに行っちゃえ。 ねえ、次は？
There's just enough variability in this run that sometimes you're not sure and you have to kind of like double check and make sure that people have the things that you think they have.
照準よしなのです。ドッカーン。怖くなんかないやい。いい調子なのです。総員前進なのです。 どっかに行っちゃえ。
I learned my lesson on these gas enemies. I'm not letting them get me again. Whoops.
燃えちゃうのですよ。 ちょろいちょろい。
The sound of multiple people leveling up.
Always
Love to
good.
hear it.
All right, so I have another little fun thing that I want to ask about, Sean, and also chat.
Absolutely.
And this is a perfect one for donations, by the way.
Okay.
If we want to get some folks to, so if they put them in chat, don't read them. They need to donate. This is going to be one
I
of
was
these
gonna
ones.
say, well, I'll read them if they're donated.
Yeah, but so they don't actually point this out in the game unless you go into the like the character status menus. But each of our characters in this game has a surname as well as their like their first name.
Oh, like Malt Marzipan, Sox Million, stuff like that?
Yes, and they're actually all based on food.
どっかに
Yeah.
行っ
So I've got the full list here in front of me, and I know you probably know most of them anyway, Sean. But it's Malt and May Marzipan,
あなたの
Hannah Fondant, Borin Brioche, Sox Million, Kyle. I'm gonna butcher this because I don't speak French, but Bavarois. We'll go with that. And now I have to look at the screen for just a second. Take a little pause here.
どっかに行っ
Socks Million, Chick Mont Blanc, Pack Mont Blanc, Sheena Falafel, Jean Macchiato, Wappa Charlotte, and Brit Strudel.
Yes, Brit Strudel. So they're all actually named after food, which I'm a fan of food, as we have previously discussed. So I'm a big fan. So my question for everybody, including you, Sean, but everybody in chat as well, I would like to hear what your food surname would be. And Bahamut needs some.
Favorite.
No, like if you had a surname that was food, what would your surname be?
Curry.
And
Curry.
I definitely want Bahamut to read some of these because I'm sure there'll be some very silly ones. So let's get some donations.
It would definitely be curry, and if it had to be spelled like the food, obviously it'd be C-U-R-R-Y. If it was fancy, I would probably spell it with like C-U-R-R-E-E, and then maybe one of the E's has like an accent over it or something like that. But I am a huge fan of curry. I love Japanese curry. Curry House was like my go-to place before they shut down. I've had lamb curry from Indian places. I without a doubt, it would be curry.
Okay. So we got that. So, oh no, the depression gas again, 2 for 2. Okay, it missed. It missed. I opened myself up there to potentially getting messed up because I ran out of SP again. But I want to believe that Born will overcome anyway here. Hack, not so much, but Born, yes. Don't let me down, buddy. All right, that was pretty good. So Bahamut, if you see any donations, any relevant donations, or just any donations at all, go ahead and we got time to read them here.
I do have one donation.
Okay.
I have $25 from Tualo, who says, "Going strong, Blaze. I'm going to boost my XP," by which mean nap. But I will be back for the end of the run. Hashtag just cat things.
That was our previous runner, Tualo, going to take a nap, and there he goes. So.
I mean, Boomsday, fondant is technically an icing. It's not necessarily its own food. You put fondant on a cake, but you wouldn't usually eat fondant by itself. So the argument could be made that your character's last name is a food item and would apply in this scenario. Because you wouldn't eat cinnamon by itself unless you're trying to do a TikTok challenge, but you would certainly put it in or on food.
Is chat debating the rules of the game that I just spontaneously made up?
Someone had the character's last name as Cinnamon, and I was like, I decided to check the last names of the Fuga cast to see if any of them were technically condiments rather than actual foods, and fondant feels like it applies.
Fondant is definitely a little bit, I questioned that one as well, I will say. Alright, we're going to go here. We're going to start working on this last guy. He's got a lot of armor, so we're going to let Brits take care of that.
And a macchiato isn't even a food, it's a drink.
I mean, it's still a food and beverage. I think it's okay to group those together. Right? Am I wrong? To me, it feels okay.
Okay, then we need to come up with an official, non-concerning terminology name for when you go to any place that has a soda machine and you mix all of the sodas into a single cup and drink that. That's my official food name. I know what it's typically called, but I'm not going to say it on this stream.
It's like non-alcoholic jungle juice, right?
Yes.
All right. So we've got this last intermission, and then we have a boss that I am absolutely terrified of. So we're going to be hoping for a good fight there. There's a couple different reasons why this boss is so awful. Whoops, I need to do this on Born. There we go. So many upgrades now. I need to do all of these first before I do anything else. There's my reactor levels. Oh my gosh, stop failing. There we go. I got a little bit of AP left to have Brits finish talking to Sheena. This is also the one time I'm going to have do the laundry, which is an extra. It's like a free way to boost SP, and I'm just gonna have him do a little bit there. And we'll finish talking to Sheena. I wasn't actually sure if I was going to be able to get to max with Sheena. Looks like I will have just enough, but those 2 fails were a little weird. Okay, so we got there. I'm actually just gonna... I'll hold off on the...
Someone said, is this the gas man? And I'm just thinking, Mr. Gasman, bring me your pain.
Oh, they brought that earlier. That was not great. Yes, yes, the boss coming up is the gas-wielding boss. It's pretty disturbing, honestly, so...
Fire gas.
Yep. So this is... Oh, man. I've blocked out his name from my brain because I'm just so petrified of him. Blutwurst. This is Blutwurst, the cat who thinks he's a dog. And he's kind of a mad scientist, so I guess it works, but... Yeah, this fight is awful.
So one big reason why this guy is such a jerk is because historically, leading up to this fight, the game has taught you that some enemies have charge attacks that are very powerful. However,
Yes.
by now you have learned that when the enemies charge, they don't attack you, and it also tells you how many turns are left. So it gives you all of this prep time to say, hey, you have 2 more turns before they're gonna fire, and if you're not confident you can beat them within those 2 turns, then you'll, get your hits in and then defend before they do the attack.
Yep.
Bloodthirst, in accordance with his description as a manic, chaotic, crazy mad scientist, he gives you the, oh, I'm charging up for this big attack, and then there's like a 50% chance that when it says there's 1 turn left, that it'll instead say 1 turn left. No, now, and he just skips the final charge turn and hits you.
Yep. Guess who did that? Guess what happened to me during my last practice run of this game? That. Not great.
It's saying I'm roboting again. I'll pop out and back in.
Okay. Oh, where did my bad luck wore off? I had that. That is weird. All right. We're going to try to stun him without it. It is not likely to succeed. Oh. Or it succeeded. Let's go.
Chad, I will be relying on you to let me know when it starts going robot again. So I apologize. Ooh. I'll read Tempest at least. Tempest says, I suppose my Fuga character would have the last name of Margarita.
Nice.
Margarita doesn't sound fancy enough to be a Fuga character last name.
Alright, I got the bad luck again. Hopefully I can get the stun now. So his chance to stun with the bad luck is only 60%, so it's not great to start with. But yeah, he deals massive damage. He does this awful attack that we were just talking about, and then just kind of on top of that, he's kind of just a big jerk, so...
Could you imagine? Oh, go ahead.
All things that we don't like in our bosses, so...
Could you imagine if this was an American game being released in Japan and all the characters had last names based off of, like, Americanized foods, like Malt Pop-Tart or Sheena Twizzler?
That would be a different experience for sure.
Ritz fortune cookie?
Alright, he hasn't started the countdown yet, but I got a long way to go here, so here's hoping that here's hoping these stuns keep landing like this. That part's been very decent so far. It only lasts 1 turn, but it's a free turn, so. Okay, good job. I also want to finish this fight in one cycle if at all possible, because he will close up the tank, or the dome again, and go into that super defense mode, and call for reinforcements and all of that. So not stuff I want to see.
Something that just happened on stream that I wanted to point out to chat for those that want to play this game. Something important to note regarding stuns on enemies is that stun wears off at some point, but it doesn't wear off after the enemy skips a turn. For those of you who end up going back to the VOD or who caught it, the stun actually wore off when it switched over to Britz's turn, which was in between two of the children's turns. So if you're trying to stun lock the enemy, you need to carefully watch the enemy icon in between each turn and see if stun is still active or not.
Yep. And now I'm in the danger zone, because technically he can go on one here. It's not a great chance that he will do it, but it is possible. And also the bad luck wore off again. So I'm kind of just relying on... I'm going to delay him once here. And then let's do... I'm going to actually swap my characters. I'm not going to take any chances here.
Did Chick's Link attack have a chance to shock?
No, hers is burn. So I'm going to redo the bad luck here. I'm going to defend. Okay, he didn't go on one, so that's good. Yeah, but he's definitely going to go next turn, so...
Going for it.
I got the stun.
Let's go.
Yep.
Let's go. Is this where we're going to get to see that overload?
I'm going to try for it here. We're going to keep it going. And just hope for the best here. Because I should... Oh, I don't know if they're both going to get their turns. Either way, his attack's not going to kill me if it goes off, but... Okay, he got it. It's okay, though.
Oh.
But it does so much damage. And then he goes back into his shell. So that was... I was one attack away. Who got...
Fear will wear off at the end of the chapter, right?
The fear will, the depression will not. It's actually not that big of a deal, but my one character that got depressed is Hack, which is actually okay, I think. Given my other choices. It's just, I wanted to avoid all of this happening, unfortunately, but... Okay, who still has their Link attack? It's you two. Okay, perfect. So I can do that, I can do that, and I can do that. That should be fine to finish the fight here. And Sharp Arrow, which is that one I was using
that
earlier.
Little nugget. That little nugget.
Yep. And he's going to open again, yeah, so... Yeah, this will be over very soon. Oh, that's right, I have a Link attack. Hold on, I'm just going to use that now. Oh, no, that just came up. Nice.
Is it worth seeing how much he had left?
I mean, it's too late now, but he's going down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wanted to one-cycle that. We didn't quite get there, but that's a really tough fight. And he hit me with the full-powered wave of his big attack there, and you could see how bad it was. And the extra part of it that Sean was talking about that just makes that fight awful is he does the countdown from 3 to 0, and he will randomly go on 1 sometimes, just to mess you up. So yeah, we got through that fight more or less cleanly. I'm really happy with that. So we're moving on. Also, Sheena saved her mom and sister, so good job, Sheena. So I'm going to have to spend the first part of this chapter taking care of the... Well, I guess it's just... it was just Hack that got depressed. And actually, like I was talking about earlier, that's not the worst thing because I can cure him with Brits. And Brits needs that social status anyway, so I can just kind of finish that off now. So, yeah, that actually wasn't the worst outcome that way. Other than just slightly delaying the end of the fight there. So, I'm okay with that. All right, Brits, let's go find your friend. There he is. Okay. All right, and okay, and I got level 2, so that's perfect because I got the Link event. Mr. Brits. Mr. Brits. Okay, and now I'm going to start talking to Socks. Because he's the other one I'm going to raise with Brits all the way up to level 10. And then Brits will stay, and we will be able to do the good ending. I think I forgot to mention it earlier, but the other way that you can get Brits to stay is he can get a level 2 relationship with all the other crew members of the Tyrannus. So you have to go around and talk to everybody in order to get him to level 2 with all of them.
You said the other method was just having level 10 with one and level 2 with another, correct? Or level 10 with 2 of them?
Yeah, it's 10 with 2, level 10 with 2 characters and level 2 with 1 character.
I know we talked about that before, but I'm curious why those are the 2 known methods when they differ. Because I had said this to you over DM.
Yeah.
But the level 2 method with everyone only requires 11 relationship values to go up, whereas, or I think 10 because you're already level 2 with Sheena.
Yeah.
Whereas the alternative method requires, I think, 18 or 19, which is almost double that amount.
Yeah. It's true. For the purposes of the speedrun, this actually works a lot better, though, because I'm getting all this XP on Brits. Plus, I'm getting those really, really good Link attacks and support abilities, so... It all works out at the end of the day, but yeah, it is kind of interesting that there's 2 different ways to do it, I agree. All right, Bahamut, do we have any donations or announcements as we get back into battle here?
No donations, but do you want to hear what my last food, or my surname for food would be?
Of course.
It is actually in line with, it's a French one too. It would be Eclair, because I love Eclairs, Bavarian chocolate cream, and it's all good.
That is a good one, yeah. I like that.
I have good flavor too, taking the Bavarian chocolate one version. Good stuff, good stuff.
Mine would obviously be pizza. Ah, shoot.
That would be my second one, I think.
A man of culture. Alright, we're going to get back into the rhythm here. That was a pretty tough end of the fight there. I was kind of flailing around, just trying to figure out the best way to end that fight as quickly as possible. But we're kind of back into it now, and we're going to be rolling along here and kind of doing a lot of the stuff we've been doing, so that's good. Chapter 8 doesn't have any of those gas enemies. We won't see them again for a while, I'm pretty sure. Which they have done the damage already. Getting depressed characters really does bog you down and slow you down in your run, so having to deal with that twice already has not been great, but it is one of those things, and we kind of turned it into a positive by being able to use the time to take care of Brits' other requirements. So I guess in a way that wasn't the worst thing that could happen, but having to go through battles without access to Burning Trigger is not great. You don't want to do that. Take these, take out the armor on these ones. Hopefully the wrong character will not get delayed here. That would be annoying. It doesn't match up with the voice with the character that gets delayed, which it like really throws me off. You would think if like Kyle was getting delayed, you would hear Kyle's voice, but they don't always do that, so I don't know what to make of that. All right. Get rid of this guy because he's supposed to be going next. And Nice thing is we're getting some of that SP back while we're finishing the fight because of the support ability there that Sheena has, so that's really nice. Get some AoE action going here. Oh, so close. So this ruins coming up here. This is the one that we used to take to get that next round of upgrades, but we just figured out it was faster to do the one extra battle to take the ruins in Chapter 5 instead. That gave us the correct components, usually to do that second upgrade to the workshop. But before we would be bottlenecked until we got to this one. Oh, I've actually got the right party for this fight. Nice. Hopefully we'll get this. Did not get the stun yet. Not sure this guy has enough health anyway, so I'm not too worried about it. And I also have that overload ability now if I need it. In fact, I think I'll go ahead and use that here just to make sure this fight ends. So it's a 5-hit attack, but inflicts Borin with fear. But it doesn't really matter because it wears off at the end of battle. And Borin just hit level 29, so we have 1 level to go until that magic moment when we get to level 30. He learns his highest powered attack ability, and then I won't be doing anything during the intermissions anymore other than social stuff and upgrading. Skip that ruins because we don't need it anymore. Yeah, keep rolling here. Want to go armor, then a big AoE, and then maybe a little bit of cleanup, but not too bad.
So, Yoan, one of the devs for Fuga Melodies of Steel, had tweeted back on March 12th that they got drunk and felt the need to make a Fuga spinoff with Boron's dad. But they tweeted today, they retweeted and said, I got a green light from the company and 20 people to make the dream happen. Let's go!
For the spinoff?
Yeah,
did Yo hold on?
Boron's dad.
Did Johan just prank you for April Fool's Day?
I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, it was a public tweet. I'm pretty sure it's an April Fool, but I was like,
okay.
What would they call it? Like Melodies of Steer or something like that? Like a farming game?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, the Moose Sheep get their own game. That would be something.
I would absolutely accept a Moose Sheep battle buddy in an action RPG Fuga spinoff. Don't tempt me with a good time.
Speaking of another game that I know we both love, Sean, did you see the Bug Fables April Fool's Day that they announced this morning?
No. Is that on their Twitter or?
Yeah, I think it was. It was like a bee throwing simulator, I want to say. So I'm sure you can kind of put 2 and 2 together on that one.
Oh my god.
Good
so
stuff.
Violent. So violent. Oh.
V does not want to be yeeted, but it's all for April Fools, I guess. Or Vi. I always say V, but it's actually Vi, isn't it? Oh, this is not good. I need Need more SP for
So
this
much
fight.
violence.
Yes. All right. We're gonna do the bad luck combo on this one. So swap that around here. Oh, except this thing's gonna heal now. I did this wrong. Oh well. It'll do it once, and it's not a huge deal. Oh, it just did standby, actually. Never mind. So nice of you, flying support thing, to be very unsupportive of this boss.
Here's another example of just how sucked in this game gets you. I did not realize we're about to hit the 3-hour mark on this run already.
Right? It just goes so fast. And I try to... I understand the hesitation for accepting a run like this, and I just want to say once again just how appreciative I am that Midwest Speed Fest let me show this off, because, yeah, this is a really special game.
The other one that'll get to, I don't know if you're into more story-based games, but or games that are heavier on story than on action. I've been playing Cruel King and the Great Hero, and I will like look up from my game to take a break, and it'll have been like 6-7 hours since I started, because that game is a slow burn.
Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to, once I'm kind of in a combination speedrun prep and randomizer tournament season right now, but once I am kind of in the clear on those obligations, I'm really looking forward to getting lost in Horizon Forbidden West. Because I bought that game the day it came out, and I've played it for a grand total of about an hour, I think. So, all right. So I want to do my upgrades here. So they're kind of piling up, and I can afford to put off the rest of Brits' social stuff for a little bit longer. And also, we're just that close to getting Borin level 30. There it is, actually, right on cue. All right.
Excuse me, I meant to mute myself for that one.
Oh, I didn't hear anything. You're good.
That's what I love about my new setup.
All right, so we're just gonna finish this up with Socks, get them to level 10, and then Brits will be good. And I will not have to do anything during my intermissions anymore unless I have to heal status effects or upgrade the Tyrannus. So it's a good. This is gonna make the run go a lot faster now. At least this part, because a lot of this, you know, the conversation stuff is fun, but it's definitely a little bit tedious. So we got what we needed. It's also nice when you do the upgrades for like the SP, it actually gives you the SP when you do it. So sometimes you're actually kind of in a spot where it's like, man, I'm running really low on SP here, and then you'll do the upgrade and it's like, perfect. Now we're good to go. Oh, here comes Megaton Blast, by the way. Goodbye everything. That's why we needed to get Borin to level 30. Bahamut, do we have any new donations, or like what's coming up after this? We're getting to that point where we can start talking about post-Fuga life.
There is currently no new donations, but after a Fuga run, there will be Fantasy Star 2 by Sarth Neck.
Sarth, yes. We are smack dab in the middle of the fastest furs block right now.
Are you by any chance, Moonblaze, familiar with an arcade game called Marble Carnival?
Marble or Marvel?
Marble Carnival.
No, I don't think so.
I won't bore chat to death with it, but it's basically been my big addiction whenever I go to round one. And the reason why I bring it up is because it's a pachinko-style machine that you trigger this pinwheel by trying to land one of the pachinko balls in one of 3 little spin holes. It's like a little area, a little ridged area with a hole in the center, and if the ball goes through it, spins the
Okay.
wheel.
Okay.
And because there's 3, my immediate first thought was, how can we adjust this arcade cabinet or this machine to be Fuga themed instead? Where
Yes.
each one of the spin wheels was tied to a specific gun thread. And my community and I went all out with designing like how the cutscenes would work, how the FMVs would work, how the mechanics of the game would work. Like, would it be the same story or would it be like a spin-off story?
Wow.
But if you're ever interested sometime, I will send you the messages that we talked about in a video of what the machine looks like, because I feel like you will look at them and
Yeah.
come back to me and be like, why doesn't this exist?
Right? Yeah, no, I would totally be curious to see that. That sounds fun.
Oh.
You have a lot of really creative people in your community. I'm always kind of amazed with what you all come up with.
I'm super grateful for them. Not to detract from this, but I see a fair number of them in here. As soon as they heard that I was going to be commentating for a Fuga speedrun, they wanted to come here and support. So I'm always grateful for when they share their talent and their insight.
I'm always really grateful for, you know, whenever I do something like this too, I never have any expectation that, you know, folks will follow me here from my community, but they always find a way. And same with the game communities, or, you know, sometimes when you have a volunteer or a host, you'll meet a lot of new friends that way. It's one of the cool things about speedrunning for sure.
And just the fact that we've been spoiled rotten knowing that, you know, finances permitting, there's already going to be 2 more in this series means we can look forward to sharing in this specific community for some time to come.
Yeah, for sure. Alright, we're gonna get the stun going on this guy. Hopefully. Okay, maybe not, but either way, it's fine. This is the last battle before the end of this chapter, actually, already, so we're just zipping right through here. There it is. Stun grenade. There we go. Okay, now let's get hacked back in. Got a little bit of SP back there. That was good. All right. So the Chapter 7 boss was, in my opinion, the hardest or scariest fight in the entire run. By comparison, I would say this next boss coming up is probably the easiest boss in the run. This is the red and blue copter enemies, and I think the reason it's kind of at this point in the game, and it can be tricky if you're playing the game casually, is they get to call reinforcements and things like that, but our fight is going to go so fast it's probably not even going to happen. So, but it looks like we do have at least 1 upgrade here, so I'm going to do that really quick. Yep. And then we're just going to go right back to battle. They do have armor, which is... We will want to get rid of that first, but I'm not going to do any of the... not really going to do any of the other, I guess we'll say, shenanigans where, you know, I try to stun lock anything or stuff like that. We're not going to do any of that. We're just going to go ahead and knock these guys out of the sky as quickly as we can here. His armor now. There we go. The delaying does get a little bit annoying, not gonna lie. They're actually taking a pretty decent chunk out of me here, damage-wise, but I'll probably just stop and use a repair kit here in a couple rounds.
どっかに行っちゃ
Wow, that was a nice critical.
え。僕なんかないやい。
Oh, and then a miss, so I guess that evened out, right?
しないです。
Haven't seen this message in a while. Soul Cannon trying to,
僕なんかないやい。
Do it! It's tempting me. Do it! Use the Soul Cannon. Oh, so close. This is where I need to be a little bit careful.
これでも食ら
I think I'll be careful next turn. There's that one. Okay, and he did his reinforcements thing. That's fine, because now I can actually heal safely. This is just long, but there's no way to make the fight go fast enough that you can avoid this.
僕なんかないやい。
Oh, that's nice. Now, if this delays Borin, that's actually going to be annoying. Okay, it did, so I have to swap him now. Because I want him to use Megaton Blast. Actually, let me do this too while I'm in here. Because that'll take out those 2 ground enemies, and then I'll also get my Link attack. Oh, I guess it didn't quite take them all out. Close enough. Get that strong attack in there. Yeah, and this is, you get a little bit, in a little bit of trouble here, but this is fine. I can get that free delay there, and then, yeah, between the 2 of them. This will be over shortly. Alright. Borin did get injured, but that's no big deal. That fight usually goes a little more smoothly than that. They were really getting very lucky with the characters they hit with the delay attacks. That's what I'm gonna kind of attribute that to. We've also got this like voice of the tank, which is growing more and more sinister over the course of the run. I skip a lot of the dialogue, but it's actually a pretty important part of the story. Hey, there she is actually. So that is, there's like.
I wonder. Now that just makes it a casual run at this point. I wonder how much time is removed from a normal run of this game just by skipping all of the cutscenes and not listening or seeing the line of dialogue.
Oh yeah, because I still have to hold a button down to skip the cutscene. Yeah, so it's probably a couple seconds per cutscene, but it's definitely better than the alternative. Also, if anyone's noticed that each chapter takes place in a different region, and each of the different regions is named after a different breed of dog, which is kind of a. It amuses me. I don't know what to say beyond that, but it's amusing to me. They had some themes and they stuck to them, so. Alright, nothing to upgrade, so I'll just go ahead and rest, and then I will be ready to move on. So that got rid of the injured status.
Sounded like Pikachu for a second.
Pikachu! I think Hack occasionally sounds like Pikachu. I think we do start to get some of those gas enemies in here again, but I also have Megaton Blast now, which will help out quite a bit, thankfully, for when they do start showing up again.
Interesting. The voice actress for Tomomi Mizuma, besides being only 5 days younger than me, this is her second role.
Okay.
At least her second credited role.
And which character does she voice in the game?
The voice of Hack.
Oh, okay.
Her only previous role that I noticed was in World End in 2017. She was the voice of Tia.
Okay.
That was weird. Finding out she's only 5 days younger than me.
Yeah.
Trip.
And then she sounds like that, Sean, so does that mean you're just... No, I'm kidding.
That's right. We were twins separated at birth. I am Tomomi Mishana.
Definitely want to knock this guy out before he gets his turn. Wasn't sure what that was going to cost me, so I was kind of hedging a little bit there using Shell Festival. Oops. Yeah, we're getting to the end game here, so we're going to start to see kind of recurring enemies and stuff like that. More difficult normal fights. And again, I'm taking the... Yeah, here's a perfect example. And again, I'm taking the easy, well, quote-unquote easy path every time. So at least in theory, I should be... I should not be equipped to handle these fights as well as I'm probably going to be able to handle most of them. So let's do piercing ammo. I'm going to get plenty of that by the next chapter. This one just doesn't have enough hit points to matter. He is not going to get to use his drill. There they go. There's also this like recurring theme through these like kind of late middle chapters where it's like everybody is suspicious of Brits, which poor Brits, he did not deserve that. Brits did nothing wrong. But stuff happens on the Tyrannus and they're just like, Brits did it. It was Brits. I saw Brits. He was sneaking around there. And in fact, he's actually been doing everything to try to help them. They're just suspicious.
Don't be suspicious.
So suspicious.
Don't be suspicious.
Alright, we're going to try to shred the armor on this thing and then take it out before it can open. I'll actually be able to get back a pretty decent amount of SP, or at least tread water on my SP maybe is a better way to think about it in this fight also. Huh, nice crit. Oh, or we'll just do assault mode, that's right. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and get Socks in here for a hot minute. Because I want to build his Link stuff, or I want to build his Link attack also. This will give me a chance to do that. And I'm going to go ahead and just let Hack finish this off, because I'm not convinced Socks is going to be able to do it. Alright, good job, team. Oh no, that fight rating again. It did the thing. If you blinked, you missed it. So let's see, I can, yeah, I should just do normal attacks here. Trying to keep my HP and SP levels high, just so, again, if the HP drops too low, I make myself susceptible to status effects. And then the game just... My party runs on SP, so between the two, it's very, very important to manage. I'm going to try Shell Festival here. That should be enough. Save myself a couple. And I was... It's also nice when you can go through a fight and just not have to swap also. Okay, now this one, this is a little bit more involved, so. The armor.
I'm gonna pop off for a couple minutes because nature's calling, but I will be right back.
You're good, Sean. I'll catch you. We'll see you in a bit. Let's see. I want that to be you. Should be fine, because I'll be able to delay him also. I don't think I have enough SP that I want to mess with Shock. Yeah, this will be fine. Okay. Good stuff. Ooh, we get a nice long stretch here with no battles. A bunch of different empty spots coming up. Bahamut, do we have any donations or anything to read?
Yes, I actually do have one donation. I have a donation of $10 from Hermit. Thanks for the fantastic event from Japanese Restream.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody watching on Japanese Restream as well. I just want to quickly mention as well, while I'm thinking about it, this game is currently on sale for 20% off on Steam and Switch. So if anybody is enjoying this, wants to pick it up, now would be a good time to do that because it is on sale. They're not doing it currently, but the game developer also a couple weeks ago did a promotion where they were donating 100% of the profits of the game to help the Save the Children charity that's involved in the Ukraine conflict and the families and children fleeing the war there. So there's a really, really good people behind this game in this community. So I have nothing but good things to say about every fan of this game I've ever found, every person I've ever talked to who is involved in making this game. They're good people from top to bottom, and really, really grateful that they made this game. So. So I've got one more battle and then an intermission, and then more importantly, there's an SP refill sitting right there on that green cube. So depending on what battle this is, this is going to be a little dicey maybe. Let's see. I think I'll be okay. I don't think I need to use an item here. If I get an opportunity to do so with Borin, that's not going to hurt anything. Yeah, I think I'm going to have... I'll have to do a quick refill here. I might as well just use an item at this point. I'll swap these two again so I can get rid of some more armor. And then their link attack is already full, so at some point if I can get socks in here, that'll actually help out. for this next boss fight, which is no joke. The next boss fight coming up is a pretty difficult one. So I think when Brits comes around again, I'll go ahead and swap socks in instead. Help build that meter a little bit more. So yeah, they're only 8%. Everybody else is already full. Try to leave it that way for a little while. Or I might even start using Sheena for a couple turns to help that way also. So I'm pretty sure for this intermission, it'll just be if I have any upgrades, otherwise we'll just go back to battle. We do have some upgrades. Ooh, we have several upgrades. Ah, I ran out for the machine gun. That's okay. The grenade launcher shares components with the small and the machine gun, the small gun, and the cannon or the large gun. So sometimes you'll go to upgrade one of the weapons, and the grenade launcher will like disappear as an option to upgrade anymore, and it's because you used up too many of those components in the other upgrade to finish that one. So it's kind of annoying when that happens, but what are you gonna do? Oh, this is the this is almost the perfect battle for these two. Hold on, I'm gonna do one thing really quick first. Wasn't for the armor on that back guy. Oh boy, I didn't kill anything. That's not good. Ow. That's okay. We'll get it taken care of now. Oh, goodbye. Oh, there's 2 health heals anyway. Well, I'm glad I didn't use a repair kit. That would have been silly. I always worry about my SP. I don't usually pay attention to where the health pickups are, so. I'll get another. Yeah, I have 2 more SP heals coming up pretty quickly here, so I should be able to kind of fire at will here, which is nice. Very efficient. I just remembered I have a button I can hit while we're just doing nothing, rolling down the tracks here to do sound effects. Which I'm going to do a little bit, because I'm getting to the point of the run where it's like, alright, what's next? A lot of the same stuff. You know, we're kind of using a lot of the same attacks and everything at this point. So, but we will be on to some pretty difficult stuff here soon enough. So. What do we got here? Oh, lots of armor. Okay. Sure this guy gets taken out. Quick swap so that Hack doesn't have to attack into an enemy with 5 shields. That would be very nice. Right. There's also a bunch of French that's kind of written in the back of that results screen. It's kind of written in white, so it's pretty hard to make out. And again, I don't speak French, but if anybody does and wants to tell me what that stuff says, it's very cute. It's kind of like somebody's been doodling in the log book of the tank or something like that. We're already almost to the end of this chapter, so this is still rolling along here. We got one more fight and then the boss fight, so... Looks like I will have all my Link attacks charged up too, so that's good. They're getting there. Ah, not quite. Oh, then there's this fight. I forgot about this fight. Alright. We'll basically ignore the dome for now. Let's get socks going here. When you're not fighting boss enemies, they also just have it's also a much higher chance just to inflict status effects on them. Bosses have a reduced... Oh. Oh, I was on the wrong... I thought that was Burning Trigger. That was weird. Okay. I really don't, let's see. That's fine. Let me swap you. Okay. I want to just let this guy open up. So we're just going to attack with some other characters for now, and I'll get some SP back this way. And now it'll open up and we can finish it off. But if I had attacked sooner, I would have used up that last red symbol already. And then the delay wouldn't... I want the delay to happen now. I don't want the delay to happen while it's still closed. So now this is perfect. Hopefully this will do it. Might be a little short, yeah.
I'm finally back. Who's getting their butts handed to him now?
It's about to be Flam again, because this is the last fight before the Chapter 9 boss.
Yes! I got my popcorn ready.
Oh, that's a good...
Seats, baby.
The rematch. Alright. By the way, I don't know how the game expects you to finish that fight quickly. That is beyond me.
You know, the sad part is that the true ending is considered the canon one, but I really like the implications of when you use the soul cannon against her in this rematch fight.
Yeah.
And she eats it right to the face and then climbs out of her tank ready for more.
Yes, yes. So for those who don't remember, Flam is the boss that we fought at the end of Chapter 5. She's in the kind of the red tank with the tower. She's going to be back and ready for more this time. The fight itself is actually going to be very similar to the one that we did previously, except she has a lot more hit points and she's a lot stronger. So, but we're going to try to do the same basic strategy again, which is to stun lock her and just kind of hope that that is enough to get us through the fight. So we'll see how it goes. Coming up right now. There she is. The top part of the tank also has armor now. So let's see. I want... That part's fine. Okay, I actually want Boren to go first. So Boren, Socks, and yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so we're going to start with Boren's Link attack, because that hopefully will shred the armor. Alright, 2 for 2. And now we're going to try to set up the stun lock on the base of the tank while we finish off the top part. Alright, got that. Alright, so we're going to let... Hack's going to be in charge of finishing knocking out the tower here. Oh, that only took 1 shot. Good job. Yeah, Burning Trigger is amazing, in case you haven't been paying attention. So we'll get rid of the rest of the armor here and just kind of try to keep this stun lock going as long as we can here. I can also bring Brits back in here. This is actually a nice feature of being able to have the 2 characters that can stun now. So Socks can stun as well as Brits. So I'll be able to kind of swap them out depending on maybe what else I need, or if I want to use both of my my Link attacks a little bit later on in the fight as well, and not really lose anything as a result of that. You can just tell how many hit points this thing has, because I'm doing like 1,000 damage to it, and it's barely ticking down at all. So I think for now I'm going to bring Brits back in. Oh, just use my normal attacks for now. We'll save those other ones for later, in case the stun lock drops. Brits actually does more damage, I'm pretty sure also, which I would not have guessed until I started using it more. When I actually realized that he had a stun attack about a week and a half ago and opened up a lot of these different strategies, but I think this Blitz Spear does more damage actually. It's pretty amazing. Okay, so this is going super well. Let's see. I'm about ready.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say I'm about ready to start unloading with my Link attacks because the tower is basically going to heal after this turn.
This was, obviously I didn't know about the magic of Burning Trigger, but I believe this was the fight where, as someone who had done all the hardest routes and had all of these upgrades and all these extra materials, this was the fight where the game started to tilt back in my favor to such an absurd degree.
Yep. The nice thing here, too, is you actually don't have to defeat the tower. You only have to defeat the base. So hopefully Born will just finish it off here. And he did. Perfect. That fight went exactly to script. That was amazing.
So that was chapter 9, correct?
Yep.
That is the craziest thing to me, that despite that we are skipping, I mean, I know you probably give yourself a generous time just in case, but despite the fact that we are skipping the cutscenes and know what we are doing, that we still have 2 hours out of this 5.5-hour run to do the final 3 chapters of a 12-chapter game.
Yeah, we'll see. I feel like I don't have my splits up in front of me. I do feel like I'm on a really good pace right now, so I don't want to say anything.
What's your PB?
My PB in this category is a 5:19. World record is 5:11. So the boss fights have gone smoothly enough that I will be curious to see how it's looking going into the final chapter. But I also just want to make sure I finish the run, and these last 3 boss fights are all very scary. So that is going to take priority for sure. But yeah, we're getting into the home stretch. We are going to have our first encounter with the true end boss here coming up very shortly, who we've seen in some of the cutscenes, but we haven't been properly introduced yet. His name is General Hax.
I swear I've asked you this before, Moonblaze, but are you a Mega Man Legends fan?
Not really.
No?
I probably played 1 or 2 of the games, but I don't really know like the series particularly well.
Do you know what a Reaver bot looks like from that series?
I couldn't pick it out of a lineup, no.
It's okay. It's okay. Well, all I'll say is, to anyone that has played Mega Man Legends, like, this boss, when it shows you what he looks like from the front, it just screams Mega Man Legends Reaper bot. It is a striking similarity.
This is a little annoying because they're using they're adding Wrath, which is kind of slowing these fights down, plus it's doing more damage to me, so maybe I should have held off on Megaton Blast a little bit there, I don't know.
For casual players, I feel like the common enemies introducing Wrath is... I just find it interesting how, like, each mechanic of the game or each info portion of the game has some use. For example, you mentioned very early on that you can check the enemy's health at any time.
Yep.
And the known gimmick for Wrath is that it will only activate when the enemy is at exactly 50% health or less.
Yep.
So it is not an uncommon strategy to check the enemy's health at the beginning of the fight and manipulate your turns when they're near 50% HP so that you take a hit from them, but then you take them below 50% immediately after their turn, ideally so that you can wipe them out before they get an attack turn with Wrath active.
Yeah, there's actually some boss fights where I try to do that, but yeah, it does definitely throw you off a little bit when the normal enemies start bringing it as well. But they're color-coded, so I should know better.
That leads, I wouldn't even call this a theory craft so much as a request. Since this game does scale the enemies for New Game Plus, I would like to see New Game Plus in the future games actually switch up the enemy appearances on each battle. Just because it was harder, they had more or stronger attacks and more HP, but it was the same exact enemy organization. So as long as you leveled everybody up or had your powerhouses in the front, it was pretty easy to overcome that scale-up that happened. So I'd be interested to see if New Game Plus ramps up that difficulty by also swapping out the formations as well.
Yeah, I kind of knew that was coming. I'm actually glad it was Kyle and not somebody else, so... But that's what happens when you kind of put yourself in danger by letting your health drop below 50%, so we're going to do a heal here.
Tempest, what did you mean by saying you had no idea that was there? That's just responding to chat.
Yeah, you're all good. Oh, he wants to repair his armor. Well, that's... okay. Actually, just attack. That's fine. I'm going to do a little bit of supplemental healing here, because I don't really like how this chapter has gotten underway for me.
Oh, they're saying it was to what you said.
Oof. Okay.
帝国軍との戦闘後破壊
Little story point here, Brits finds a letter in the debris, and it's actually related to his family. He finds out that the Burmans are holding them hostage, basically. So he's kind of getting blackmailed. Which is a lot when you're like 8.
You know, Tempest, it took me a while to realize that the tanks had ears. It took me even longer to realize that some of them have the Doberman tails as well.
They have nubs and ears, yes. Now you're going to be looking for them for the rest of the run.
Is this the part where you go, well, bad news, the last one of those showed up in Chapter 9, so you just missed out.
Definitely not. That one that I just came across has a tail for sure.
Is that what that little black thing is on the red tank?
Of course.
Is that a tail nub?
It's a nub.
Are you kidding me? Oh my god. I was talking about the little whip-like tails, but this is literally the first time. I swear to God, every time I see this game, I notice something I didn't notice before.
He's excited. It's wagging.
Oh my, and it does the little wiggle when it's, oh.
Ow. Yeah.
The small details in this game.
Yeah, they did not have to do that. It adds, it adds so much like just kind of fan service level value, maybe is the way I'll put it. And it just, it's great. I love it. We're getting to the point too, like the basic enemies are just so much harder, kind of to your point that you were making earlier.
Yep.
Like I just have to be kind of careful with how I sequence these fights.
See, this is one of those cases where, I probably would have just taken the hit and then followed up to delay it and then finished it off. But you know what you're doing, and you have Burning Trigger on hands. You didn't need to worry about that.
Yeah, I can usually eyeball when they're gonna go down to another Burning Trigger. So
I'd like to say I can do the same, but that darn final figment of HP betrayed me one too many times for me to ever trust it again.
It's true. Yeah, the problem is when it's really hard to tell, but when they have between like 1% and 10% left. Usually it's pretty easy to tell if they have like a third of their health left, and usually that's about how much a Burning Trigger can do for one of those kinds of enemies that I was just fighting. We meet again, Gold Jackal. This one definitely has a lot more hit points too. Ah, he missed. Excellent. Yeah, there you go, Socks. Good job, buddy. So I got the delay and the shock. So he's definitely going to be out of commission for a little while here. Yeah, I would say this is kind of like my big epiphany to the run more recently, is just how good shock is. And there's a lot of uses for it outside of like the boss fights as well. And I think there's not a lot of people who are actively running this game right now, but I do think it's probably the right way to go is to use more shock. So to anybody watching who's ran this game before, they're like, this looks different than the last time I saw a Fuga speedrun. That's probably one of the things you're noticing. So I want this to be Brits into Borin. Oh, come on. That is... I did that half right. There we go. That's... Oof, brain. Keep with me, brain. We've got a long way to go still. Hey, Bahamut, do we have any new donations or announcements?
ここが終わりじゃないよ
We have no new donations, but I could take a moment to talk about the charity we are raising money for.
Yeah.
Mid-Spring Speak Fling 2022 is supporting Save the Music, a nonprofit charity. The Save the Music's mission is to help students, schools, and communities reach their full potential through the power of making music. As one of the leading music foundations in the United States, they support their partner communities by donating instruments and musical technologies, providing support services for teachers, and advocating for music education. To learn more, visit savemusic.org.
Awesome. All right, we're getting to the halfway point here. These last couple fights have gone a lot better. Let's start with you. And then let's let Socks go second. These gas canisters are, enemies are back in this chapter, but again, like, my firepower is much better too, so hopefully they will not ever get an attack off against me. That would be ideal. If I play the fights correctly.
That flaps in the front of the tank and think like paws, like they're holding in front of them.
Oh yeah, I do see that. They got a little bit of like foldy paws action going on there.
Yeah.
So I'm actually tempted here. So I know that I'm not even halfway through this chapter yet, and Chick and Hack already have their link attack. And so I think in the interest of speeding this up, I am actually going to go ahead and just burn that now, because it'll recharge by the time I get to the boss fight. And it's just more damage.
My go-to with the link attacks is I always held on to them until either the second to last or the last battle of one of the purple icon battle gauntlets. It generally depended on whether the second battle was a buttload of enemies or not. Because if it was, then I'd use the link attack to take them out. But if it was just a couple, I saved it for the last one, because usually the last fight was the one that would end runs. It would be so strong, you're underleveled for that point in the game, it's an uphill battle, and I would just burn the link attacks to delay, bust armor, whatever, and just take it out quickly.
Yeah, when you make the decision playing this game casually to go through those purple fights, you are definitely sort of taking your own life into your hands. Those fights just they can get out of control in a hurry.
I tried so hard to see if I could do the entire game without using an item either, like managing my resources. I was putting so much difficulty on myself for someone that was going through the game for the first time.
Oh, yeah.
And to my credit, I did pretty well, but around like chapter 7 or 8, I was like, listen, buddy, the items are there for a reason. This game clearly wants you to use them. Just suck up your pride. So.
ほっといてくれよ
Okay, I cheered up Kyle. We can go back to battle now. This cutscene specifically here, by the way, is my indicator to me that I am going to be able to keep Brits, because he's looking at the stopwatch with his family. If you don't see that cutscene, it means you didn't meet the requirements to have Brit stay, and you are no longer going to be able to get the true ending. So that's good that we got that.
It is also not possible to go back from this point and do more if you wanted to try and unlock it. So if you don't have a backup save from earlier in the game so that you can go back and make different choices, you're out of luck at that point.
Yep. Okay, I actually want to stun you, because otherwise you're going to do that same thing that the other one just did. Okay, good. Ah! Actually, hold on. If I just go here, I'll be able to finish it with him. Good job, Socks. I'm so proud of Socks. I really like him, and then I started speedrunning the game, and when I first started running the game, he was not used at all. And like we kind of pointed out earlier, or someone in chat pointed out earlier, it's like, Socks is the first character to go into the Soul Canon. You're just like, man, but I like Socks. He doesn't deserve that.
I think you should have an incentive on your personal channel where if people hit it, whether it's a sub goal or donation goal or whatever, you have to do a run of Fuga where as soon as you get Wappa, you can only use her RNG attacks. The ones that are like a random number of hits on random enemies.
Yeah, that would be fun.
I can hear the sarcasm in that reply.
No, I was annoyed. I was annoyed because I did my swap wrong. I didn't. I like did my swap and then I was like, this isn't right. So I was annoyed at myself. I was not annoyed at the idea. I do want to use Wappa more. If I end up doing more casual playthroughs, I think that will be a goal of mine because when I did my second one, the character that I kind of neglected my first casual playthrough of this game was Sheena, who is amazing in the speedrun and is honestly amazing when you play the game casually too. So,
I mean, her HP regen skills, oh boy.
Yep, it's so good.
But also, Fuga 2 and 3 means possibility of future or time skip preteen Wappa.
Oh boy.
進まないと
We can hope.
いたよ無駄だよ
Alright. Gonna have to keep an eye on my health in this fight. It's a little low. I'm just gonna try to take this guy out. I wouldn't normally take out this last armor, but I think it might actually make the difference here. Yep, alright, good stuff. Alright. Now I'm gonna do a heal. And we can start working on this other guy. See, those animations for some of these attacks are just so long, too. It gets to be a bit annoying for the run. But he's not going to go again, so I'm going to use this as an opportunity to do a little bit more healing and whatnot. Make sure I'm staying healthy with regards to my different totals. Alright, and this will top me off the rest of the way, and we'll just kind of power through it to the end of Chapter 10 here. Sometimes the fights are just oddly, like, very different in terms of, like, difficulty level, too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If it's this chapter. It's either this chapter or one of the others, but I distinctly remember there being a set of, like, I think it was like a Mercy Gauntlet, on the hard route where you've just come off of, like, 2 sets of purple icons, one after the other. And then there's a set of 2 fights before the intermission leading into the boss.
Yeah.
And those 2 fights are like rinky-dink, like you can sneeze on them and they perish.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't.
I'm almost. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't quite know why they do that sometimes, but there's been a few moments where it like legitimately makes me laugh just to see like, I think in I want to say chapter 4 maybe. There's this series of 3 fights, and the last one is just like this single copter by themselves. And I always joke that it's the one that like showed up late to the party.
Right. I am willing to bet with the one that I mentioned that it literally was supposed to be there to make you scared, like you just came off of 2 gauntlets, you're probably really low on resources, and you're like beginning to regret it, and it throws you a curveball and gives you a breather just so you can have that moment of,
Yep.
you know.
Yeah. This game really messes with your heart, like your head, in that way sometimes. It's like you think you're safe, or it's like I'm gonna make you feel safe, but you're not really safe. In this other scenario, which is similar. All these items that I'm not gonna use for anything. Oh, that's adorable.
怖くないぞ。警戒が必要なのです。敵発見なのです。僕なんかないイエイ。
So I'm gonna have to sit through one of these reinforcement calls because I can't change party members yet. But then I'll be able to put Borin in and take care of the rest of them. And I think I'm gonna go ahead and let... Oh, they're all full too, actually. Hold on. So that means I want Brits to come back in. Wow, so I've already got... I'm very loaded for this next boss fight, which is good because it's a pretty tough one.
任せて。
Alright, if I can do the swap here, perfect. So I can let him finish it off. So I think you go along the bottom here. Yep. And I'm going to need to probably use an energy cell because I'm only at 23 SP. Or I could burn one of my... No, I want to save those for the fight. I'll just use an energy cell here at some point. Let's see. I think I just want to take this one. I don't like these. They scare me. Let's actually let Kyle do some armor shredding here on this other guy. Kyle, your work here is done. Suddenly I have headlights, by the way. I don't know why I find that funny, but it's funny.
They become really prominent during chapter 11.
Yeah.
The music of the cave, like the aesthetic of it, the fact that, you know, savvy people who look in the background will get a preview of the big boss looks like.
Yep. Uh-oh. Okay, this is potentially dangerous. Please use your normal attack. Okay, they all use their normal attacks.
Wow!
Lucky.
Wow, they were never that nice to me.
No, that was very lucky. I will gladly take that. Those are the ones that can inflict the status effects and whenever they choose to not do that, I always feel like I dodged a bullet. So we dodged a little bit of a bullet there, I think. We're rolling up to this boss fight. Just a couple more encounters and we will be there. That's not good. Oh, I thought he was going to be able to get him. Not quite. I'm trying to be kind of careful with this one because, again, this is one of the enemy in the back there. I want to be kind of careful with his HP total because I don't want him to go into wrath mode. Although, hopefully, this will just finish him off. But perfect. Yeah, I didn't want to front load those attacks too much. And knock him into that mode where he was going to be more dangerous and also slower, so that worked out pretty well. Bahamut, we are in that kind of last little bit of the chapter before the boss fight that I'll definitely want to talk about, so do we have any donations or anything?
All right, sorry about that. A little internet trouble. Yes, we do have one donation. We have a donation of $27 from non-binary code. Okay, so I'm not saying I expect this to work, nor should anyone give unless they feel like they're in a place that they're able to. But that said, if anyone should happen to donate shortly after this is read, I will match your donation. Fast fight, Shaq's height, trans rights.
Very nice. I like it. Alright, I'm gonna need even more. I need more SP. More! So he's only got a 40% chance to stun. Yeah, it ain't happening. That's fine. I really want to finish this guy off, so. Before he starts doing this stuff, stop it. Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's going to get that attack off. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I'll get a couple cracks at finishing it off here. Hack, please.
Oh, come on.
There we go. Show him how it's done, Borin.
Oh. Show us those abs.
Yes. Flex on him with those abs. All right. So this boss fight coming up, this is our first encounter with the final boss. So it's General Hax, but he has actually found another kind of like an evil version of our tank called the Tarascus. So he is piloting that against us. And we don't have anything to do, so we're just going to go right back to battle. But it's going to look kind of similar to what we're rolling in. It's got two targets. There's the main body, and there is an arm, kind of like its version of the Soul Cannon. And we're going to take that out at least the first round. Depending on how the fight is going, I might try to take it out a second time. But definitely the first time around. And then we're just going to kind of get the body taken out as quickly as possible. That should be fine.
Japanese Restream has 800 viewers?
Japanese Restream is always puts on an amazing show.
Do they have like active translators? They're like quoting what we're saying and then like translating it in real time?
It's a little bit of both. So I don't remember the name off the top of my head. I apologize. But the main commentator for this run, I actually gave him my notes. And he also plays this game. So he is going to be kind of like familiar with how the speedrun works enough to commentate it. And then I'm sure there's a certain amount of also translating and saying what we're talking about as well.
無駄だよ
Now I kind of want to write like a thank you message in Google Translate, make a fool of myself just saying hi and thank you.
Oh, I'm sure they would appreciate that.
Hold on, I'll have to draft it up now.
Okay. What do I want to do here? That's good. Yeah. I want to use this link attack for sure, though. Because I want to knock that yellow symbol off, and just kind of... I really don't want to leave anything to chance for the other half of this fight here.
これでも食らえ
To do that. He's on 2 turns. I just need to delay him before that goes off, and that's fine. I'm actually going to go ahead and use Britz's link attack now.
しないです
Because my SP is getting to the point where it's like, oh, I could use a little refresher here. Let's get you back in there. Actually, no, hold on. I want to wait one more turn on that. A risky grenade on the main boss. Because I want to try to stun lock him, if possible. Okay, that's a little scary. I've got time, though. I'm going to use Boren's link attack just to make sure that that gets knocked out. There we go. Okay.
電光石火だ
Alright, so the arm is down. So now it's going to kind of go into repair mode, and I can really start kind of working on really damaging the body portion here. And I do want to get a stun lock on him, but it's kind of getting to the point where it's not really worth me investing.
ないよ
I'm basically investing turns at this point that I could be using Burning Trigger. Oh, there we go. See, I guess that's all I needed. So we'll go ahead and get Hack back in here. Because I really need the damage to start flowing now. And I'm going to go ahead and do a repair because I want to keep my HP up here too.
怖くないよ
Nice, we're getting those 30%. Let's go. Oh, wait, the bad luck's on there now too. Maybe she did hit with one of her grenades and I just didn't see it for some reason.
食っちゃうぞ
Alright, so suddenly this fight feels like it's in a really good position. That's not a big deal. Okay, the arm is back, so it's going to start counting down again. To be a little careful, because suddenly I'm triggering the other part. But I've got some stuff I can do
電光
here.
石火だ
Good stun.
怖くないよ
I can also delay it at any point just with the yellow attack too, so I think I'm in good shape with regards to the arm. I don't think I really have to care about it. I am going to go ahead and use this opportunity to let Boren do a little bit more healing and recharge my SP here.
電光石火だ
Nice. We've really got the stun lock going on this boss. Okay. I do have another yellow link attack I can use also. So I'm going to go ahead and
All right.
let's go ahead and do that now.
I think I have this thank you message ready.
Okay.
Oh, am I doing it now?
Oh, it's up to you. If you got it ready, I would say go for it. Yeah.
I do.
Okay.
All right, Tempest. All right, this one goes out to everyone over on the Japanese side. I'll read it in English first. I made sure it was consistent with Google Translate. The English version is, hello, Japanese viewers. We apologize for the bad accent. Thank you for supporting Fuga Melodies on the battlefield. Your support and creativity are valuable and inspiring. We are fortunate to have an avid developer at CyberConnect and look forward to future games. I hope you are safe and healthy. Have a good day. And now, my barely 3 years of Japanese college courses lead me to go. こんにちは、日本の視聴者。 アクセントが悪いことをお詫びします。戦場のフガ戦場のフガを応援していただきありがとうございます。あなたのサポートとソース性は非常に刺激的です。サイボコネクトに熱心な開発者がいることは幸運で、将来のゲームを楽しみにしています。あなたが安全で健康であることを願っています。良い一日を過ごしてください。
Very nicely done.
コンディションレッドエマージェンシー
All right, I really need this guy needs to go down. Come on. There we go. Okay. He was in that awful part of the HP total that we were talking about, Sean, where it's just like I have no idea how much she has left. So we got the fight down. That was really, really smooth for that fight.
Gave him the abs.
That's right. There's several more cutscenes here too. So, because this is actually where you liberate the families that you've been trying to save this whole game. So we're going to have a little bit of an extended cutscene rush here, Bahamut, if you have any more donations or announcements.
Yes, I actually do have one donation. I have a donation of $1 from Tempest Mask 1000. Sir, I received word our enemies are to the north driving a massive tank. Prepare the holy hand grenade. Preparing the holy hand grenade. And thus, although the stream delay cannot show in time, our heroes received a divine vanquishing. But it was then heard through the radio, Happy April Fool's Day, everyone. And hello, friends of Mid-Spring Speed Fling. Yeah, I couldn't think of anything else. Wow, what a game this has been. So shout outs to Blaze, Sean, and everyone else. Let's see if we can't meet the Order of Asalia showcase tonight.
Yes, we definitely need to meet that. What is the total at for that one?
That's for the tonight.
Castlevania.
Castlevania, yes. We still have just over $300 to go, so let's get those donations in.
Okay.
Well, one thing this stream or this game hasn't had much yet. We need more. I saw one at the very beginning of this one. We need some tank puns. If you've got some tank puns, please send them in, and I will read them off.
Please fill up our tank with puns.
Yes, exactly.
You know me. Normally I would. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say on that Castlevania incentive, if we can get that within $100 by the end of the run, I'll finish it off.
You know me. Normally I would finish off the incentive myself, but taxes were not kind to me this year, and all my donations from last year didn't do much to put a dent in it. So unfortunately, I have to be cautious this time.
You're all good, Sean, and I know you just moved too, right? So
yeah,
a
we
lot
managed
of moving and shaking
that
out
was
there.
a close one. I think our loan was like 1.2% off of the cap on the margin of error they'd accept. So
Ooh. Well,
it
glad
was close, but we have a place. We do.
That's exciting. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna heal up here after taking that shot from the last boss. Make sure none of our kids get knocked out. By the way, Brits is gone. He disappeared while we were all celebrating finding our families. More on that later. So we must persevere without Brits. It is very sad, but we will find a way. Mostly by finding a way, I mean Megaton Blast. So. Yeah, this is chapter 11. We're in a cave. We're kind of like in a passage, tracking down the enemy that we just fought. Kind of fled the battle, and we had to kind of level with our families. It's like our work is not done here. We need to go finish the job. So that's what we're gonna do now. Whoops, burning trigger is the ability that I want. Thank goodness we still got Sheena around. She's pretty great too. Ah. Wow, delaying Boar in there is about the worst thing that could have happened to me. Whoa, he learned a new ability and it went to the bottom of the list, so now I have to be careful. Ooh, badness. The game does actually kind of let up on the bosses in this chapter or the fights in this chapter for the most part. I would say they're generally not as bad as the last chapter that we went through. I don't know if that was your assessment of it when you played, Sean. There's a couple bad ones, but I think on the whole, it's less wrathy.
I just remember that I made such a big point of saving up my weak attacks for the boss fight in this chapter, and then learning I wasn't allowed to use them at all. So when I came back around for New Game Plus, oh boy, you better believe I spammed them with impunity.
Yeah, this is kind of a special chapter that way. So, we're gonna end up fighting Brits at the end of this chapter who fled. Yeah, we kind of spoiled a little bit. It's okay. The game's good enough. You should just play it anyway. But you do not get to use any special abilities or link attacks in that fight with Brits. So there's no reason to save them. You want to use them while you're going through the cave. And we do have a little bit of a workaround for when we get to that boss fight that will make it a little easier that I'll talk about once we actually get there. So, Bahamut, do you have anything to read?
Actually, I do. I have one donation, another donation from non-binary code for $10, matching the very first donation I saw since saying I would do so, which appears to have been for $1. So in that case, I'm going to match it 10 to 1. So here's $10, and just cause I'll match the next one too. I wanted to edit upon 2, but I was afraid it would tank.
That's the spirit. Puns, you love to see it.
Oh yes, keep them coming.
Oh, does he have? I think he might have piercing shot 3 now. I just realized. That would be useful information for me to have. No, he has piercing rain. That's different. Okay.
Oh, that's the hits only aerial enemies but reduces their armor by 2 levels.
Yep.
Really good about against certain formations.
It is, yeah. I don't know if we'll really see those particular ones, but in casual, maybe it's because they're in the maybe it's because they're in a lot of the purple fights, but that definitely does get used. Oh, I love those big numbers. I think critical hits in this game basically do double damage. It's so pronounced and noticeable when you're playing the game. My health total is getting a little low. I will probably want to take care of that after this fight. If you get any more donations or anything, Bahamut, feel free to jump in at any point.
All right, actually I do. I have 2 new donations. We have $12 from BZ Archer. Can we pet the animals? No? Hey, what if we pet the tank?
I love it. That's a good one.
Yeah. Also, we have $20 from Cubsville21 with no comment. Thank you for the donations.
See, in wartime in Fuga is not unlike a speedrun of Super Metroid, because if you want to get more materials, you have to kill the animals that save the frames.
Actually, the pet the animal can take the babies.
Yeah, I've definitely played. I have a thing for animal-based games and donation incentives. What can I say?
Oh shoot, we have people coming in from the Japanese restream. Zojalix rated with a party of 7, and then we had Mugi8293 say hi from the Japanese restream. Thanks for the great run, keep it up.
Oh,
And,
thank you.
I think Showrun might be from it as well.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I hope everyone is enjoying the run. I know it's very early over there.
And don't worry, Tempest, I did note your margarita last name earlier on when we were having that topic.
Is it margarita like the drink or margarita like the pizza, though?
They expressed twice like the pizza, so I'm pretty sure
Okay.
it's about the drink.
Yeah, because I was thinking, because I said mine was going to be pizza, but now that I'm thinking about it, margarita would actually be, like, even better because it's classier.
I changed mine. Mine should be is like the carbonated drink. IZZE.
おしまいです。
You were not going to see this for a little bit, or I might have already skipped through those cutscenes as well, but there's actually a good army, and their characters are all named after types of wine, which is fitting because they're supposed to be the French. So, more food-related stuff.
Which can lead to such phrases as "I'm a Muscat Husky."
No.
Did we already pass by the final boss preview in the background?
Yeah, we did already. I didn't want to. You said no spoilers, so I didn't want to spoil it. Yeah. Come on, Hack. 60%. I believe in you. Okay, that was a mistake. Clearly, believing in you was a mistake.
God, Boron will never let you down.
Boron will never miss.
やっちゃうぞ。来ないで。
All right, I got another donation.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, we have another $20 from non-binary code. And it looks like $20 was donated after my last message, so here's another 20 to match, plus a haiku. This is a haiku. Alas, it has no tank pun, and of course, trans rights.
Hey, as long as it has trans rights in it, I think we need to allow it.
やりましたね。
Oh no!
Oh no!
Have you been keeping track of those? Because maybe I should donate for
No.
those. Every time
No,
the
I
results
haven't.
screen says ASS, I should donate.
Something I should have started before we were halfway through
I've seen
chapter
like,
11.
I think, let's say 5, and let's keep track of it from here on out. All right, so this is going to be the halfway point. This is actually a tough fight though. This is the double drill fight, and I always remember it because they put it right
Yep.
before. They put it right before the dang the thing. So I'm going to use at least one of my link attacks here because I do not want to mess with you. Oh, wait, why is your link attack not charged? I'm so confused right now.
どっかに行っちゃえ。
Borin, you've betrayed me.
ほんと泣かないやい。
Just looking at this fight makes me nervous. Oh, every time they charge.
I know. It's like, don't you do it.
I think I was at this health too. I was at like 8,500, and I managed to not kill either of them, and that was it.
Yeah.
End of run. Start over from the beginning.
Oh, that's so bad.
燃えちゃうのです
These things happen, though. I think I'm gonna need to maybe get a little bit lucky with the stun lock here to make this work, so here's hoping. Although if I'm gonna do that...
Give him your RNG.
If I'm gonna do that, I need this, so...
Let's make it rain.
It's gonna be up to Chick this time. Come on, Chick. Yes! She did it! Alright. Oh, I can't do the thing yet. Link attack.
Come on, burn.
Oh, we got this now.
We'll take smoke.
Alright, no getting injured for me today. Very nice.
I'm honestly jealous.
That is kind of the ideal fight to use your Link attacks on, though, so I'm really glad that worked out.
Yep. I mean, on the bright side, if you had gotten injured, you could have just taken care of it right away.
And that's why I always kind of remember that fight's there. But, yeah, not a big deal. Hey, more reactor upgrades. That's what we like to see. And I'll max out my cannon for the run. All right. I won't get anything above level 10, so if I get stuff to level 10, that will be my max for the run, so hopefully we'll be able to get everything there. So he's only 40%, okay. Ow! Okay, he still didn't do the other thing. Good. Thought he was gonna do his... Oh, that's fine. I thought he was gonna do his very scary, like, vertical attack next, and thankfully he did not do that, so we were able to just finish the fight. Good stuff. My health total is low to the point I'm gonna need to heal before this, well, soon. Yeah, there's no health coming up anytime here, so... Make a point to do that right now, I think. Let's go Socks, and then Borin, and hopefully this will work. Oh, now you've got your Link attack. Okay, or you could just
get eager for the end of the run.
Or you could just do that. That works too. Oh, that was perfect, actually. No, with Borin's Link attack, I want to save it for something that has armor, because it will remove 2 levels of armor also, if it connects in that way. So. Get lots of SP back after this, so I can pretty much go for it here, I think. Oh wait, this is probably the ideal fight for Borin to do his thing, so I'll do this first though. But when I get up to his turn, I'm going to use his Link attack because they both have armor. But this will actually work out fine too. Well, that's annoying, but whatever. So we're gonna get up to this this boss fight soon. One thing that I haven't really talked about too much to this point is the extra types of ammo that you pick up, and I've used a couple of the piercing ammos so far, but that's pretty much all that I've used. And for the boss fight, that is kind of our one way of dealing some different like status effects and things like that. So, whoops, that is not what I meant to do. So when we get to Brits, I'll be able to use a couple different kinds of armor or ammo to inflict certain status effects on him that should make the fight go quite a bit faster. Which will make up for the fact that I can't use any special abilities or anything like that, so. Oh, he's got his link attack now. Okay. Chick and Hack have their link attack now, so I'll try to find a good time to use that one soon too. Ah! Stop missing! Here, you won't miss this guy. Do that. That'll work. Ah! I know.
I mean, technically, if you count the overall ranking, we just said it with an elongated ah.
Yep.
It's not just that, it's a that.
Hey.
Come on, chat. Can we hit $690 before the end of this run? I believe. I know we can.
Hitting numbers with 69 in them. That sounds like something Twitch chat can do.
Yeah, we need more tank puns. Bring them in. We are just hop to the incentive for that Castlevania. For the Switch stuff.
Very good. Another pretty simple drill fight. Very nice because of that stun again. Nice to not have to deal with the injuries. Nice to not have to deal with the long animations, so. I think just for next fight, I'm going to do that. Needed to take a turn quickly there so that I would be able to swap, and now I can use Borin again. And come on, Borin. Atta guy.
What a champ.
Yeah, I know. So good.
I gotta wonder if he was always like this, and it just was unfortunate that he was disliked by the community so much, or if they updated him and like developed him into a stronger character after the playtesting made him unpopular.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say, but he is definitely the MVP of this run. It is not even close. All right, this is the last fight, so if I have any Link attacks left, I definitely need to use them now. But I also need to pierce all this armor first, so.
I just got another donation.
Go for it.
Another $40 donation from non-binary code says, nice.
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 Non-binary code, you're nice.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, the flame would have been good to get on both of them here. This would have been a good fight for that link attack, actually. Ow. Okay, Kyle, it's fine. That'll do, Kyle.
Wow, a
That'll
crit
do.
for 30. How helpful.
Yes, thank you.
どっかに行っちゃえ
I'm gonna get a nice heal after this, so I'm not too worried about my health total this time. And I did get a character that got afraid, but thankfully it was just Kyle, and we can stick him in the back of the, or we can stick him in the support role again. So I'm just imagining my chat saying you could stick him in the soul cannon too, because my chat hates Kyle.
They'll never find you after that.
Yeah.
Hide and seek champion for decades to come.
Good luck finding me. I just transmuted myself into pure energy. All right, so we got our quick intermission here. I'll see if I can upgrade anything else. Nope, so we'll go back to battle. And this is actually a deceptively tricky fight with Brits. It's fairly long. You kind of have to pace yourself. And it, like we've been kind of talking about, it doesn't really play by the same rules as a lot of the fights that we've been doing to this point. So there's a certain script that he's going to follow. He's going to do certain kinds of attacks. He's also going to... there's my piercing ammo. He's also going to like get emotional and like heal me at certain points. So it's just an interesting fight. I don't know what else to say exactly other than that. But we're going to try to do some of these status effects on him to start with. We want to get rid of his armor, and then we want to put bad luck on him. And then there's two other status effects. He's not able to get hit by everything, but we can put smoke on him and we can put weakness on him. If the Fuga gods agree, at least with the smoke anyway. So now he's kind of in sort of sitting duck mode, so we're just going to try to do as much damage as we can. But all of our characters are in that depression state, so they can't use their link attacks and they can't use special abilities or anything. So it's going to go for maximum damage here and keep an eye on my life total. But he changes modes. He does some of these big attacks. They're a little scary, to be honest. So I think next time Sox rolls around, I'm going to go ahead and do a heal. I don't want to let my life drop too low. Because he will heal you, but if things sequence incorrectly or he gets a lucky hit, he can also just straight up kill you. So. You just kind of got to poke him to death here, so. I'm going to do another heal, I think.
もう今は戦うしかないわ
And my radio voice friend, in quotation marks, is being all interrupting. This is the scary attack. And fear is not great, so. And I can't heal it, so. Yeah, everybody's afraid. This is. I don't want to let the fearful characters really stay in the party, so I'll leave Borin in because he'll still have pretty good accuracy, but the other two I will go ahead and swap out now. And do another repair. At a certain point, his armor is going to come back also, so I want to kind of be watching out for that. But I'm not sure why. It let me delay him like twice in a row here. That's pretty lucky, actually. Must have been the certain part of the script he was in where he's not really doing much of anything, but that's nice. Okay, so he just repaired his armor, so I need to get rid of that now. And his other status effects fell off, but I don't care about those quite as much. I'll go ahead and put them back on him, though, because there's really no reason not to. The same rules still apply as well with regards to if I'm below half health, I am in danger of getting additional status effects and things like that. So let me go ahead and swap my stronger characters back in. That's fine. And I'm going to do one more heal. And then I'll get a delay here when Sheena attacks. I'm trying to get smoke on him again, but it's not a huge deal. I'll probably let it go after. Okay, perfect. So I think at this point we're just going to charge to the finish line here. This should be it here. So I'll get this delay and then 3 more attacks. So there he goes. All right, that is the end of that fight.
Got time for a donation?
Definitely.
All right, we have $87 from Asuka424.
Hey.
Love to one of the goodest of good people, Blaze. Heart.
Oh, thank you so much, Asuka.
Hey, thank you, generosity.
Yeah.
So Robert 3D says, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're fine.
Robert 3D in chat said, I've actively tried to die to this fight and didn't manage to. Is it even possible to die to this? And I do have the same question. I never wanted to find out.
I've died to this in a speedrun attempt, so I can confidently say you can die to that fight, yes.
Ouch.
That was not a good day. But I was in the same boat. I actually didn't think you could die to it either, so imagine my surprise.
I think it's hard to do so, but I can see where if your health happens to be low enough when he does one of his last like rage attacks before going into the passive mode,
yep,
it is possible for it to happen.
Exactly.
Those last 2 donations got us much closer to the Castlevania Glitch Showcase. We are now at 366 out of 500.
Oh, nice. Yeah, like I said, if we get within $100 of that, I will finish it off after the run if it's not already done. So if anybody needs a little motivation to chip in tonight as opposed to waiting till a little later in the marathon, we can knock out an incentive for a really good run from a great runner, and that would be wonderful. All right, and nobody's hurt, so we can just go back to battle. Perfect. This is the final chapter as well, so we are rapidly closing in on the end here. And I like where my time is at too, without saying anything specific about that.
If we manage to hit 800, 900, or 1,000 before the end of this run, I will give away a copy of this game for each one of those milestones we hit.
Oh, Sean, you are amazing.
So up to 3, chat, if we can manage to hit 1,000. But even if we just top up to 800, donate 23 bucks, you could win a game worth 60. Binary Satan, you're tempting me again. That's my job. I am the hype master.
He'll do it. I've known Sean a long time. He will, if he says he's gonna do it, he will do it.
It's honestly Stockholm Syndrome at this point. Like, I've kept to my word so often that for me to throw it away over something like this would be the dumbest thing in the world. The karma finds its way back.
That's
good
right.
Gets good.
That's right. Absolutely. What am I doing? I'm swapping these 2. I have Brits back now, by the way. He rejoined the party after finding out that his parents were alive. So good job, Brits. This is actually a little scary. This might have been a mistake. Yep, they are all going to wrath me now. That was not a smart move. But I don't know what else I was supposed to do there, other than I guess I could have delayed them. But
You'll be fine.
I'll be mostly fine. Please be fine. Please be fine. No, I'll be fine. But these hits are really, really bad. So yeah, it's not a good move on my part.
Woo.
And I can't swap, so we're just gonna hope for the best here. Got one. Actually, I want to do this also. All right, so this will delay them. Probably not kill them. And I can do a big ol' heal here. And please do not miss again, small child, I beg you. You will undo all the good that I just did. Nice, all right. Perfect. There's only 12 fights in this final chapter, but most of them are extremely scary, so... I won't say what's going on here because of spoilers, but spoilers. We're learning about the true nature of the tank, I'll just put it that way.
I mean, technically, someone asked a question way back at the beginning of this and said, like, oh no, it was the joke post that said, is the soul cannon considered canon? And I guess technically yes, because it's the only way. Well, no, the only you could just not get what's required in order. No, because if you don't bring Brits with you, then you are forced to use the cannon at some point. And without spoiling too much, the game assumes you're not going to get the true ending on the first playthrough. So,
which is odd because then it also just, it assumes you're going to feed children into the soul cannon, which I had no interest in doing that. Just speaking for myself.
Exactly.
So I don't know. Go ahead.
All right, got another donation from non-binary code of $66.66. Not today, Satan.
Hey, that brought us over 800. So if the mods or anyone is able to do a quick poll from chat for like a raffle, I'm gonna make good on that promise.
We'll let them sort that out how they want to handle that.
Yeah. I'll just let chat people know that typically if they pull from like Nightbot or a similar thing, it only pulls from people who've chatted in the last like 5 to 10 minutes. So
speak
if you
up.
Want a chance of, yeah, speak now or forever hold your peace.
I always get confused by this cutscene because it keeps putting you back into like the interior of the Tyrannus, and I'm always like, no, I don't want to go back to intermission. I just did that. But it's not Paris, by the way. It's Parisia, and that is the Eiffel Tower. I don't know. Sorry, France. Oh wait, I haven't had Brits in a while. I want Brits. Get me Brits. That's the stuff right there. That attack you were talking about earlier, Sean, I just found the fight where you use it with Kyle.
It's so good.
It really is. All right. Don't delay hack. Good. Didn't delay anyone, actually. Oh, no! Boy, he's been rolling a lot of ones late in this seed. That's unfortunate. Oh, well. All right, there's another one down. This next fight coming up is the hardest fight in this chapter, in my opinion. And if you're doing normal ending, where you do the final boss fight with use the soul cannon on it, this becomes the worst fight. So we're gonna use this a little backwards. We're gonna use Chick's Electro Mines. Okay, that's gonna give us our first target, the one that's not stunned.
I don't even remember how I got past this fight on my No Children Left run.
It is a really tough fight, yeah. Shock is definitely the way to go. All right, that's fine. So let's get rid of some more armor.
I'm almost positive then that it was Boron and no, I know it was Boron and Britz, and it was for that reason. Boron was the straight damage and Britz was the shock.
Yeah.
Stalling for time so I could just infinitely spam healing items as needed.
Yeah. And again, you have to be really careful with this fight again, and you want to take them one at a time because of the
For the wrath.
The wrath. Yep, exactly. So that's a good start. Pick our next target here. And I think I'm just going to let Socks heal here. And he looks to be above 50% still, so hopefully I will dodge the wrath again. Nope.
Nope. I could have told you. The minute I
jinxed
saw
it.
I was like, that's 50.
Kyle did too much damage. Oh, but then he
One
wrathed
of the
and
things I learned on New Game. Oh, go ahead.
he wrathed and healed his armor. That was actually hilarious.
One of the things I learned in time for New Game Plus was if it looks like it might be 50%, it's 50%. If it doesn't look like it's 50%, then you might be safe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very fair. All right, good. Got that one down. Got a stun, nice. All right, this is looking really good. That was actually a really good fight. So,
okay.
No, you're fine.
RNG just playing it says this is an incredible game. I will definitely buy it when I finish the campaign of 2 Point Hospital. And RNG, I'm telling you, there are so many other things that you could spend like $40 to $60 on and feel like you wasted your money. This is a really good game. by a passionate developer team that's had so much love put into it. I keep telling people, you know, we hear how many people saying, oh my god, when are they going to come out with a new Advance Wars? You know, I miss what they did with Advance Wars, and, you know, I like those type of strategy games. This is it. Like, this has all of the polish of a game that deserves its price tag. And the fact that we are being spoiled with a sequel and a threequel, even though this game hasn't even made back what the production cost was on it.
Yeah.
You know, there are plenty of companies that are like, hey, we'd be willing to look into making another game if we make enough on this first one. Like, they dangle it like a carrot in front of you. This company straight up said, no, we love this game and this series so much, we're going to do it regardless of what happens, even if it forces us to go bankrupt after we're done. And
They will not go bankrupt, by the way. They'll be okay. But yeah.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, but
I shouldn't say never, but if they do, it's probably not going to be because of this, so. Well, I mean, CyberConnect 2 makes a lot of really good games. I guess that's where I was coming from with that.
that is true. I forget that it is literally the company themselves and not a subsidiary or something like that.
Yeah.
But I still think that a game with this much heart in it deserves to get all the support it can, and that it's not getting enough for how much work was put into it.
That is absolutely true. I agree with that 100%. Bahamut, do you have a donation for us?
I do have one donation. I
Excellent.
have a donation of $10 from Tillerin. Good luck on writing out your Fuga run.
Thank you, Till. I really appreciate that.
Also, chat, we do have that raffle open right now for a free copy of Fuga Melodies of Steel. You just type in hashtag Fuga de Besto before the end of the raffle period, and I am personally handing it out. They'll give you information on how to contact me on Discord, and it's for your platform of choice, standard edition, completely free.
I was very humbled to give away some copies of this game to my community at the beginning of this month when they were donating all the proceeds from the sales to help the Save the Children War Fund, because I think that this is a good time to talk about it. Why not? So this is a game about war orphans, and there's a war going on right now, and it's a big deal. And I think it's really amazing that they made that connection and wanted to make a difference, and they did it. I mean, they inspired a lot of people to buy the game. They inspired me to buy 4 or 5 gift copies for my community. I know I'm pretty sure you did the same, Sean, and they're good people.
Several as well.
They're good people. All right, I got 3 fights left before the final boss. Cruising right along here.
Keep in mind, chat, if we hit $900 in total donations before the end of the run, before the final boss is killed or taken care of, I will give out another copy. So we could do up to 3.
All right, I had to improvise there because I did the wrong swap, but it's fine.
We're getting real close to the Castlevania incentive of 432 out of 500, so
Alright.
just under $70 to go.
Make
sure we meet
so
it.
many milestones that we can hit, and we're less than $150 away from most.
I'm hustling. Speaking for myself here. Whoop.
Now this, you're fine. You will not get wrapped in this one.
No, I just menued wrong at the beginning of the fight, and that was annoying, but it's...
Nah, it was deliberate. You were saving yourself the wrath attack. I know how it is.
I did actually save myself the Wrath attack doing that, miraculously. So yeah, we'll go with that. Why not? These fights are tough, but the game is also pretty generous with the consumables, and also there's a lot of healing checkpoints too, which is nice.
Another donation.
Yeah, go for it.
$10 from Black Mage Dark. I have no comment. Thank you so much for the donation.
Thank you very much. Oh my gosh! Small child, why? How dare you? You rolled another 1. I jokingly say that because he has a 90% chance to hit, so it's like he rolled a 20-sided die and he got a 1 or a 2. So poor kid just cannot catch a break.
He's about to catch these hands.
This is, yeah. It's got a little dicey. It's gonna be fine, but it got a little dicier than I would like.
At least you were still above 50% for that
Oh
wrap
yeah,
attack.
it is true. All right, which one is? Okay, that's the second one. That's actually perfect then. So we'll get this one. And Megaton. That's delayed. Perfect. Please don't miss again. Please don't miss again. Yes. All right, good. Now we're going to heal.
Got me on the edge of my seat. My goodness.
This is fine. Let him go next so I can shred this armor. And then he'll get his turn without Wrath also. So this should be just fine. All right, 2 fights left. Closing in. And it's also about the 5-hour mark, so.
Only $31 remaining.
Just think about it like
So
you're
wait.
buying a copy of the game for somebody. It'll be fine.
What is time on this game?
It's after the final battle when you choose the true ending. Dialogue.
So like everything of like the cutscene of them going Super Saiyan, that's all post time?
Yeah, pretty much.
You said world record is 5'11", something like that?
Yeah, 5'11". I'm not going to get it, but this is still looking pretty good.
I was gonna say, I can't imagine it's gonna take 20 minutes to finish this fight and then do the boss.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm definitely looking at a really good chance of a PB for myself regardless, so I'm very
That would
happy
be
with
tight.
this. I'm very happy with
Tell
how
you
this
what,
run has gone, so.
If you PB, I'll add
No,
another copy.
no,
Of the game.
Sean, stop it.
Sorry, it's in the universe. I already said it.
All right.
Another donation. It's another $6 from non-binary code. Nice? Question mark?
Sean is nice.
You're nicer.
We're all right, I'm trying to stun some of these guys too. Nice. Speaking of nice, okay, Hack's injured, that's fine. Yeah, I want to avoid these Wrath turns if I possibly can.
Binary apparently is in competition with me for being the most concerningly overgenerous because they're the ones that topped it up.
Very good. I need to heal here. This is still looking really good, though. Yeah, I need to finish off this one in the back as quickly as possible. Okay, that was not a good development. Yeah, do that. This is gonna work out okay. Okay, oh, you're still... Okay, good. I'm gonna do that then. I am gonna be able to heal after this fight, so this actually isn't the worst. Alright, this is looking good now. Do this, do a megaton. Yeah, they're not gonna get another turn. Perfect. Oh, even that was even good. Okay. Alright, so now we just got the final boss fight.
$16 away from 900, chat. Oh my god, we are so close. I'm so sorry, Moon. Every time that I do commentary, I inadvertently end up becoming the hype man. Every time, without fail.
Why? I mean, this is why I always want you on my runs. You always bring the hype. It's a beautiful thing to see.
Oh, we just did it! We're at 9:15. Let's go!
All right.
Let's go! All right, so that's 2 copies of the game so far, which you all better be putting in your hashtag Fuga de Besto. We got potentially 1 more if we can. Okay, chat, come on. I know we can hit him. I know we can.
I just forgot that Hack was injured and went through that final intermission without healing him. But you know what? We're going for it now. We're committed. All right, this is the final boss fight. It is the Tarascus 2.0. It basically works the same way as the last fight that we did with it. So we will see how this goes. You are making me nervous. I'm gonna put you in the back row for a moment. Just gonna use this now. And I'm gonna use this now, why not? Ooh, that did like 3,000 damage to the boss. That seems good. Let's do... We'll do that. Alright. So now I want to get bad luck on the main boss.
Nice.
And now I want to try to stun lock him. So far, so good.
Oh, we're gonna end up Megaton Blast will take out the gun before it gets a chance to fire off.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Let's go, Brits.
Yeah. Brits is bringing the pain. This is great.
Mind if I snake in a couple quick donations?
Yeah, go ahead.
$15 from Anonymous with a no comment. Thank you for the donation. And another $31 from Anonymous with a comment. 900. Woo!
That is hype. That is very hype. Good job, everybody. Getting my stun rolls too. This is great.
Oh my god.
All right, there goes the arm.
Oh, this game wants to give you that PB, dude.
Oh yeah. Still got a ways to go. But if Brits just wants to stun the boss every turn for the rest of the run, I will not complain. I'm gonna go ahead and refill my SP here with this one. I'll miss a stun cycle, but that's not the end of the world. Oof, look at those crits. Oh, he just got 2 in a row. Woo.
You're 5 mins off of world record.
I know. We're going as fast as possible at this point. We got this. I haven't been in this fight 5 minutes yet. Yeah, he's already in his final. He has attained his final form. Okay, that's active again. That's fine. All right, we need to shred that armor.
And that's probably what sets it apart. It's not being able to keep the stun lock the entire time.
I'm gonna give it another turn without stunning him, and I'm gonna be okay with that.
Are you gonna see if you're able to finish him before the Magna Arm fires off?
I will. If I end up having to delay it, I'm okay with, or defend it once. I'm okay with that too. It's not gonna happen more than once. So, but yeah, he's calling his helper buddies now. That's fine. We'll just get Boren back
I
in
did
there.
not even know about these. I had no idea that they existed.
Yep, that is, they do exist indeed. And I'm also going to bring you in because you have a fully charged Link attack. Whoops. Oops. I did screw up here a little bit. What can I do about this? I can't change formations. Okay. We're going to see what these little orbs do, because they're going to get a turn. Because okay, that's fine. That's fine. Especially because you missed. Speed increase. I'm okay with that too. Yeah, I meant to do this last turn, and I decided to be cute about it, and that didn't work out, so.
I think you can pause this off. 2 minutes.
Yep, I think I can too. All right. Get Brits back in there. Brits goes next. Whoop, 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 hold on. Brits goes next. There we go. Brits can also delay the mana arm if I need to.
I am sitting on the edge of my seat right now.
This is going to be really close. Okay, I'm going to delay it here because I think he's almost done. So I'm going to let Brits delay the arm. Delay this.
5-10, my dude.
I'm going to use Overload. That's it. He's dead. It's not time yet. I'll call time in a second.
Oh, come on, dude.
Not yet. Everybody's got to level up. We got to watch a little cutscene. That is time. That is a world record. That's a world record. Yep. Woo!
Holy crap, dude.
All right. Oh my gosh. Okay. That was really neat. I've never done a world record on stream like that before. So I'm going to let the text roll a little bit here. We got a couple seconds. Obviously, we got a little bit of extra time here. I just want to say big thank you to everybody here at Midwest Speed Fest. Thank you for accepting this run. I know there was probably a little bit of hesitation about putting a long run in. I fully expected to be playing this game in the middle of the night. The way it worked out with the hybrid schedule, I'm really glad I got to play it during the day for everybody. And I hope everybody really enjoyed the run. It's a really fun game. You should play it casually. We need more people to speedrun this game too, so if you enjoyed this and it looked fun to you, and you can sit in a chair for 5 hours straight, you should definitely consider it. But just I want to say thank you to everybody who has helped with this run. Thank you to everybody from my stream and my community. I do have some shout outs. I want to say thank you to Punchy. Punchy originally routed and ran this game before anybody else. He also shared it with a lot of people through his Twitch channel, and I'm really glad that more people are interested in the game as a result of that. Thank you also for allowing me to offer route changes and suggestions that have made the run smoother, and hopefully everybody, if you're watching and you've speedrun this game or been interested in the speedrun, believe in the power of stun, because I'm pretty sure that's what got me to the world record today. Thank you as well to community member Resi Drach. I hope I said that okay. They wrote an incredibly detailed encounter guide and compiled a lot of the notes of the runs that Punchy and I were doing. Made an incredible resource, frankly, a Bible for this game that people are going to be able to use to continue to improve the route and make it even better than it is right now. Thank you to the foreign language restreams for showcasing the speedrun. I've said it a few times over the course of the run, and I know, Sean, you feel the same way, but Fuga is a very special and very important game to me. It really means a lot to me. Thank you to Johan and everyone at CyberConnect 2 for making this beautiful game, and to everyone at CyberConnect 2 for publishing it and supporting the fans. I know it hasn't maybe been the most, I know it's probably had its moments where it's been a little bit disappointing, but you made a beautiful game and you should be proud of it. So thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to parts 2 and 3 of the trilogy. And that's really all I have to say for me. Sean, anything else you want to say to everybody?
Before I say anything, I want us to move it over to the donations because I think they have something important to say.
Yeah, go ahead, Bahamut.
Oh, well, first, before the donations, I want to say congratulations on getting world record on a marathon even.
Thank you.
That is awesome.
Thank you. I hope I'm right in that. I'm going to double check really quick reading donations because I'm suddenly second guessing myself. Okay. Okay. Got it by 26 seconds.
Awesome. Congratulations. Yes, we do have some donations. We have $10 from Anonymous with no comment. Thank you for the donation. We have donation of $13.34 from Non-Binary Code. Just another dono to say, thanks for the run. And we have another donation from Non-Binary Code of $61. Why not? Trans rights!
Trans rights.
And with that, we did hit $1,000, which means, in addition to you having world record, I'll keep it at just one. It looks like we're pulling 4 winners today for the Fuga Melodies of Steel giveaway. So mods, take note of that.
Thank you, Sean.
But,
I'm gonna wait
yeah.
I'm gonna wait for a new incentive to open up because I assume we met the Castlevania incentive now.
Yes, we did.
All right, and I'm gonna make a nice donation to that once that's rolled over. But good luck to the rest of the runners this weekend. Awesome event. Thank you again. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of the marathon and enjoys VGMCon. So thanks, everybody.
And thank you for having me. I'm always grateful when I get a chance to support this game, to talk about it to the community, and especially to get to vibe with you as someone who loves it just as much, if not more, than I possibly can.
Anytime, Sean. It was an honor.